Alrighty, I am back. More streams, more of The Letter. Get excited, everybody. More visual novel time. Let's see. Where did we leave off last time? Well, we continued on playing as Hana for a little bit. We did, didn't we? Oh gosh, I'm already losing it. It's not really a confusing game, but I'm already having a hard time keeping track of, because when you play as a different character, like, time is thrown about. I'm pretty sure we still continued on with Hana for a bit, but I know a majority of the time we played as Zachary. So we got a bit of Zachary's backstory, and then played up from basically the beginning up through getting closer towards that housewarming party at the mansion. Or did we just play... We might have just mostly played as Zachary. Actually, and now that I'm thinking of it, maybe... Yeah, maybe we did, because I'm remembering... Yeah, we had Isabella stopped over at Zachary's apartment after her encounter with the ghost lady at her realty office. And then we kind of stuck with him for most of it, up through freaking out that priest that was all like, "Oh, I'm cool with the kids." Freaking him out though, because we had the ghost lady attached to us, was very fun. I enjoyed that. As well as various fights between Hana and Luke, as well as another one, a playful one, of course, between Isabella and our favorite Ash Hole. But anyways, let me just launch into it. All anybody needs to know is that people fight. There's some drama. And there's a ghost lady, a very angry, vengeful ghost lady, who's attached herself to quite a few people in this game. Why? We do not know yet. Will we find out this stream? That I have no idea. I do not remember. So, let's just continue on. So, we're still playing as Zachary. This is still from his perspective. I know we left... Oh, yeah, that's right. One of the last things we did, we took some photographs. That was way back... when Luxury Living magazine was taking photographs of Hana and the Ermengarde mansion. And then as Zachary, we developed the photographs and saw there was something very creepy and ghostly going on with the photographs. So we decided to go to the mansion the next day to show Hana. We were confronted by her husband. They had a little fun fight, and then Hana sort of inadvertently invited us to a day on the town while she shops for furniture. And we completely forgot about the photographs until the end, and we had the option of, just leaving, going back home without showing her the photographs or showing them to her. And also Ms. McCullough was there. And I stupidly decided to show them to her, and it was very embarrassing. And both of them were kind of not happy with me. So afterwards, we decided to go to a church to meet a priest. The same priest that we had the option earlier on as Isabella to contacting, but we ended up going with a professor instead. However, this same priest, Hana, ended up contracting to bless the mansion anyways, so he still came by, did that, and apparently became sickly. We did not know this as Zachary, but we knew this from the game in general. And when we were trying to speak with the father as Zachary, the father saw the ghost lady attached to us and was freaking out, and it was great. It was a great time. Very good. Check out last stream for that. Fun. And then I believe we went back, did some sleep, and then ended up leaving the apartment and headed to the park, if I'm remembering correctly. And this is where we are picking up from. So, a bench on the park is far from the most private place for thoughts in Luxburn, considering its location at the heart of a bustling city. But in the early hours of the morning, it provides enough peace and quiet for any problematic soul who happens to wander here. The city is just waking up, a little later than usual. But knowing what day it is, one can't fault it for being a little tardy just this once. Yet neither the pleasant morning chill nor the soft twittering of birds does anything to banish the images. Every single one has rooted itself in my head, its claws digging deep in what is no longer a safe place to hide in.
London Bridge is falling down, falling down,
kid,
falling down.
I'm trying to read here.
London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady. Take a key and lock him up.
Oh my god, you're not stopping, are you?
Lock him up. Take a key and lock him up, my fair lady.
Okay.
London
Oh my
Bridge is
god, you're just
falling down,
repeating.
Falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down.
It used to be easy
my
finding some
fair
pretense
lady.
of peace under the
Take
guise
a
of
key
sheer
and lock
optimism
him up,
following
lock
regular
him up,
routine.
Lock him up.
Now?
Take a key and lock
Now
him
some
up,
fucking little
my
bastard
fair
is singing
lady.
London Bridges.
London Bridge is
Now, I
falling
don't know what to
down,
make of it.
falling down, falling
Sometimes
down.
it's easier to
London
run,
Bridge is
easier to
falling
hide when
down,
everything's
my
falling apart.
fair lady.
That way, you
Take
don't
a
have to be the
key
first
and
to
lock
witness
him
it
up,
when it
lock him
does.
up, lock him up. Take a key
It worked
and
when
lock
things
him
went
up,
bad with the
my
movie,
fair
after all.
lady.
It also worked when Ma and
London
Pa
Bridge
were
is
taken
falling
from us.
down, falling down, falling
Though
down.
the sentiment's a
London
little
Bridge is
hypocritical
falling
when you think
down,
about it,
my
about my
fair
talk
lady.
with Ms. Wright
Take
the
a
other day.
key and lock him up, lock him up, lock him up. Take a key
Take
and
the
lock
key
him
and lock him up, my
fair
fair
lady.
lady.
London Bridge is falling down, falling down, falling down. London Bridge is falling down, my fair lady.
Yeah,
Take
we're
a
not
key
playing
and
the
lock
game
him
anymore,
up,
we're just
lock
singing.
him up, lock him up. Take a key and lock him up, my fair
Oh my
lady.
god, this fucking kid. But that's
London
just how it
Bridge
is.
Falling down,
Maybe it
falling
really
down,
is better
falling
if I
down.
just...
Hey, mister.
Finally. Peace and quiet. The tiny voice gives me a pause. When I look up, a little girl, maybe 6 or 7, is peering at me. 2 wide eyes overflowing with what can only be the natural curiosity one typically sees in children. I vaguely note the St. Goretti uniform she's wearing before returning her greeting.
Hey kid.
Kylie.
Kylie?
That's my name.
Kylie? Kylie?
Mama said it's rude not to call people by their names.
Kylie? She then flops down on the empty space beside me. Her little legs, still too short to touch the ground, swings in tune with the song she hums underneath her breath. Gee, is it that London Bridge song? Mayhaps? I don't mind kids. Nana would often invite the ones in our old neighborhood to give them treats. Of course, by then Sis and I were both too old to play with them, but you get used to the commotion eventually. It's not completely as unpleasant as most people would imply. Kylie seems to be a well-behaved kid anyway.
Oh, sorry. Nice to meet you, Kylie. Is Mama here?
No, but my big brother's with me. He's taking pictures with his camera over there.
Uh-oh. Competition with the photography, Zachary? She points to the far end of the park, the one closest to the street where a kid is taking shots of something above him. It doesn't look to be birds because all there is on that side of the park are buildings.
I don't see what's so interesting with the tip of a building, though. I'd take pictures of dogs if I were him. They're cuter. Do you have a camera too, mister?
Yeah, I'm actually a photographer.
Mama said I'm too young to get a camera.
I'm sure your mama will eventually give you one. But won't you be late for school like this?
Big brother will get us there on time. Rowan promised Papa. We aren't going to be late. It's sports day. So it's not good if you keep looking like that today.
Sports day? Ugh.
If it ends up raining and we lose, it's your fault.
Yeah, that's right, Zachary.
All right, I'll try not to upset the clouds today, kid.
Is it because you're sick, mister?
Before I know it, a smile has spread over my face. They say kids ask the toughest questions sometimes, and they sure do, with how sincere Kylie looks. Lying feels like doing her a huge disservice.
No, not sick. Just having a very, very bad day.
No, not sick. Just sick of your shit, kid.
Why is that? Is that like when my big brother ate all of my pudding? He did that once and then cried. It wasn't very nice of him.
Yeah, I think so. You see, there's this mean girl. She's given my friends and I a lot of trouble. Hard to keep up when things are like that, you know? Especially when you can't do anything. It's kind of scary. Makes you wish things will just stay as peaceful as they used to be.
Maybe she just wants to be friends with you?
I highly doubt that. She already hurt one of my friends.
What if she's just sad? Or maybe she just wants help. That's what happened with Melody. I let her borrow my crayon when she left hers. Now we're playmates.
It's not really the same thing, Kylie.
Yeah, Kylie, we're talking vengeful ghosts here, not freaking crayon playmates.
What she did, they're pretty bad things.
I still think there's another reason.
Perhaps. This is a video game after all. And a story, perhaps. There is another reason.
Did you try talking to her? That's what Mama said I should do.
Well, it's a little difficult to talk to her when she's all like, and then tries to kill you.
I don't think that'll work either.
You haven't even tried yet. You sound like Rowan.
Yeah, Zachary.
You're just scared, mister.
Yeah, Zachary. That strikes a chord. Maybe it's the honesty in her tone, or simply the truth in the words itself. I don't know why, but I can't help it. I laugh. loud enough to disturb an elderly couple taking a leisure walk nearby.
Why are you laughing?
That's nothing. You're a really smart kid, you know that?
That's what I've been doing, ain't it? Go full speed ahead, then backtrack when the going gets tough. Stay in my safe zone because that's what I know. Once, Dr. Navarro said I should be the first one willing to deal with my problems before anyone else. I didn't show up at our next appointment after that. But he's right. And though I hate to admit it, knowing what I've seen, but the kid makes a good point too. I've been so caught up thinking there might not be a way out. Maybe there isn't, or maybe there is. But that doesn't mean I should just leave it up to fate.
You better get to school, though, or you'll miss sports day. You should have won yourself some awards, alright?
Alright. Can I show it to you when I do? That can cheer people up, right?
In the distance, her brother calls for her, and I took that as a sign to leave. Got things to do, to face. The first steps, they say.
Nah, I'm good now, I think. Thanks to you. Besides, Mister needs to go. But you should show it to Mama and Papa. I'm sure they'll be proud of you, Kylie.
I will. Thanks, mister. Bye.
I give her a little pat on the head before heading my way. A small gesture of thanks from a stranger she didn't know she might have helped. She may not understand it now, even though at such a young age she's already has this understanding of things, but maybe when she's older. When the world no longer seems too big for her.
But aren't you going to help me, mister?
Didn't you just leave?
With what?
Confused, I glance back. Uh-oh. Whatever cheer our little talk brought has vanished under the shadows suddenly dancing in my eyes. Oh, Kylie's got the crazy eyes. Kylie's got the crazy eyes. This frigid air is almost definitely not how the morning chill should feel like. Bitter, stinging, unwelcoming. And the kid?
What do you think, mister? Are you going to help me?
No, I think you're fine. See you later.
Leave us alone! What did we do to you?
The response never comes, however. Because when I blinked, gone.
Hello? Mister? Are you okay?
For several passing seconds, I let my stare linger on her face, waiting for any sign of another change. But all that remains in there is the carefree smile of a child. None of the spite, none of the cold, bloody smile.
Nothing. I really need to go, Kylie. It was nice meeting you.
See you again, mister!
I break into a run. I don't look back, not even as I bump into a couple of passers-by as soon as I'm out on the busy streets. Going insane, this is what it is. And if we don't do something soon, we all will be. The tremors follow me even as I get home. I had hoped a little stroll around the block for a few hours would help. Instead, I am assaulted with more images of her smile, the loathing in her eyes, the stench of gore, the horrid crunch that comes with every movement she makes. Even old memories have been sullied by her, and Ma's song no longer sounds as sweet as it is meant to be. In the end, all I got is a sinking feeling. I will never be rid of her image. And another ridiculous idea that may or may not even work. The sun is already hanging low on the horizon when I make it back. And for the first time, coming home feels more like a chore. Only I didn't arrive to an empty room. Because as soon as I open the door, I am greeted by none other than...
Sup, Z-Man?
Oh god, Ash.
I told you we should have called him before going here.
It's fine.
It's Ashton I see first, sitting comfortably on my couch, munching on a bag of chips with both feet propped atop the coffee table. Whatever proverbial stone has made a home at the pit of my stomach automatically flies right out the window at the sight of him. But before any exasperation can set in, my attention is taken by the other occupant in the room, Isabella. Isabella perches on the only other chair in the room, attempting to make herself smaller. It seems, from how closely she's hugging her arms against her. Nevertheless, she gives me a small smile when she notices my stare. Yet somehow, there ain't any warmth in it like it's supposed to have.
Hey, Zach. Sorry we just barged in here. Ash was...
Relax. Z-Man gave me a copy of the key himself.
Only after you broke the 13th one? I can't keep replacing them every time you think it'd be a good idea to break into my apartment. And stop calling me Z-Man!
I didn't break anything this time.
Ash, just because I gave you a key doesn't mean you can just stroll in here whenever you want to. Hey, is that my...
Ash smirks at me because, of course, he has the gall to smirk knowing what he did. He pops in what's very likely to be the last piece of chip into his mouth and folds the wrapper neatly on the table before throwing it in the nearby trash. From her chair, Isabella shoots me an apologetic smile as soon as the foil hits the waste bin with a dull thunk. Common sense dictates that I should be angry. But after everything, having something normal play out in front of me, no matter how childish their antics can get, I can't bring myself to muster even a tidbit of it. Behind me, the television starts blaring the music for the end credits of a movie. Ooh, what movie? Perhaps The Road, a wonderful Philippine horror movie that I mentioned in the last stream. Very, very good horror movie if you like horror movies. They have likely been waiting for a while if Ash has gotten impatient enough to rummage through my cupboards and watch something.
Of course he eats all of it. You know, I was saving that for the weekend. Did you at least share some with Bella?
Don't worry about it. I'm good, Zach.
Really? It's free food, you know? What was that you usually say? You don't say no to free food? What happened?
No, I'm just not hungry.
Ash only shrugs at the question in my eyes. I can't be the only one who finds this vibe she's giving off to be odd. And the guy has no doubt already caught wind of it.
Aye. But if you want something, just say so. I've got a fully restocked pantry right here at your disposal. Still not a 5-star level thing, but for an empty stomach, it'd do.
I don't know, not 5 stars. Earlier, you went on about not making a 3 Michelin star meal, but you made like a freaking ham dinner for breakfast the other day.
Just say the word.
Thanks, Zach. Maybe next time. Food is not really what we came here for. Ash, he's the one who...
She casts a brief glance at Ash, and in an instant, he sits up. Every trace of amusement is gone from his face as he clasps his hands in front of him and leans forward. A minuscule gesture meant to ease, yet the grim expression on him tells a different story altogether.
All right, you two, what's this about? I don't like those looks.
A short but tense pause follows. They're both stalling. Under normal circumstances, I'd wait. With these two, the more you force it, the more they'll clamp down on it. But as a handful of seconds continue to slip by, the unsettling feeling in me also grows with it. Soon, it turns into impatience. Before I can demand a response, though, one of them finally speaks up. It is Isabella who breaks it first.
We just thought we should check on you. After what happened to Rose,
Please don't tell me something happened again.
No, nothing. None so far. And we're keeping it that way as much as possible.
Ash, it's not that easy. This isn't some...
We don't know that. Let me...
The bitter frustration in his tone is impossible to miss, but he catches it as soon as Isabella draws back. He allows himself a moment to breathe before dropping it for one less harsh, more tempered, gentler.
Let me look at this first, okay? I agreed to help, but you've got to let me handle things from now on.
I already told you everything.
There must be something we're not seeing in this just yet. We'll sort this out, but no more silly ideas and running around on your own. You're making people worry more than necessary. Becca, especially.
So everything's fine?
Depends on who you're asking. How are things with you? Anything odd?
Good, I guess. Admittedly, how things went down at the housewarming party last night threw me off a bit.
Oh, come on, Zach. Tell him about the ghost stuff. At least Isabella would probably, well, maybe she wouldn't be happy to hear it, but to have someone believe her, finally.
I'm not asking about that.
Yes.
Remember the letter thing Isabella's been yapping on about?
Yes.
I'm asking about that kind of odd.
Yes. We have experienced that kind of odd a few times. I look at him. Gaped, more like. His serious expression doesn't waver despite the perplexed look I shoot him. There is a brief second I let pass as I wait for the heavens to fall somewhere. It doesn't come. The sky is still bathed in vibrant reddish hues as it waits for the night to arrive. Luxborn is still the same busy city, and everything in my room still appears as it did a second ago, including the unnerving ticking of my wall clock. There it is up there. Tick, 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 tick. But if Ashton, calm, cool, collected, always logical Ashton, takes interest in this, something or someone must have fucked shit up somewhere.
Well, the dreams, they're a lot worse than usual. There's a woman now, ever since we saw that letter. I don't know if it's the same one Isabella talked about. Maybe it is, maybe it ain't. I really don't want to go back to sleep sometimes. Last night was the worst.
Oh, yeah, the ghost lady, we woke up and she was kind of, like we were in bed and everything, and she was grasping onto our legs from the other end of the bed, trying to pull us in like a Freddy Krueger kind of thing.
Anyway, why are you asking about this?
Rose's death isn't just a coincidence, Zach. It may have something to do with... I may have...
Wait, stop right there for a sec, Bella. I thought you ain't buying this stuff, Ash. Just the other day, you said the exact same thing.
I still don't, but even Rebecca, out of all people, claims there's something. Whatever this is, someone has got to look into it. Everything about this screams shady.
Are you sure you even have the time? Ain't you busy with your current case?
I got taken off that one.
Uh-oh.
You didn't say you were taken off your case.
I just got the news this morning. Apparently the higher-ups think I'm doing a horrendous job at it. It doesn't matter, though. If these two cases are connected like I initially thought, then regardless, I'm on the right track.
Are you sure we should even be doing this?
Well, considering the current plan was having absolutely no plan whatsoever, why not? Why not?
Doing what exactly?
There's some place we'll visit after this.
Too vague for comfort, Ash. And please don't tell me you're bringing her with you.
His affirmation comes in the form of a stare, but that alone says all I need to know. What I pointed out gives him pause, though, and his voice is thick with hesitation when he addresses Isabella.
You know what? Zach's right, Isabella. You don't have to come with me.
It's not myself I'm worried about. It's you. I'll just do this myself, if it'll get you into more trouble with your superiors. At least I can make up an excuse why I need to be there.
Don't be ridiculous. You're not walking in there without me. Besides, I think it's a little too late to back out now. Have you two seen the news this morning?
I haven't, actually. Mama called, and I was busy.
The change in the air around her, whilst small, cannot have gone unnoticed, and it takes every willpower not to ask. Probably the only thing reining in my curiosity is the fact that Ash himself hasn't brought it up either.
No problem. It should be in the afternoon news as well.
He grabs the remote and cycles through numerous channels until he gets to a news report about another guy who has been found dead in the early hours of the morning today. Alright, we got another victim by the Anselm Butcher. News update, man burned after room catches fire. We got the guy there, I guess. And the old bloody help me all over the wall. Burned alive this time. Oddly, no fire has spread, and whatever damage had been contained within the place the body was found. The room itself, however, has been completely vandalized. Help me. Help me. Help me. Another murder, the authorities claimed. Isabella and I knew better. None of us shifts, even after the report ends, but the room has suddenly felt stifling. Ashton's eyes have gone hooded with what appears to be restrained anger, and the remote in his hand creaks mildly under his grip. The stone is back in my stomach. A tiny little thing gripping at my insides, growing with each passing second as the dread sinks in. In the thick of it, Isabella's voice is the one that breaks the hush. A small, weak thing on its own that wavers unevenly between words, but every syllable heavy with meaning.
This is because of that thing, isn't it? I did this somehow.
When it fades, all that's left in the air is her doubt and fear, while all we can do is cope. Is there something I can say to make her feel better? Alright, we can still fix this, or we can stay silent. I suppose we're trying to make her feel better. We can still fix this. But how? Well, let's say it anyways. Why not?
It ain't too late. We could still fix this. There's 3 of us here.
Let's just jump on in.
4 if you count Rebecca.
No, she's staying away from this.
She lifts her gaze at me, eyes steady and shoulders squared as she holds it against the baffled look I give her. Although in the next second, it immediately softens, and it takes me by surprise, nonetheless. In those brief moments, it's like I faced a different person.
I don't want to involve her in this any more than I already have. Both of you as well.
I already said it. That's completely out of the question. Stop asking.
Still in all, that's 2 extra heads who can do the thinking. Between us 3, I'm sure we'll figure something out pretty soon.
Don't make this whole thing sound like it's a piece of cake to deal with.
It ain't. But better than sitting around, yeah? Plan is still a plan.
You're going to shoot yourself in the foot one day with that kind of thinking. We don't even know who's doing this. The last 2 murders might just be similar incidents done by 2 different suspects.
Hasn't stopped you from going after them before. Remember that time when you...
Okay, stop right there. There will be no retelling of that incident today, Z-Man. Or ever.
Keep calling me Z-Man and maybe I will.
Suddenly, Isabella laughs. Though muffled by her hands, it rings light and easy against the thick tension in the room. Still a far cry from the usual cheer she carries, but brings a welcome shift in the otherwise dreary mood.
Thanks, you two.
I'll tell you about it when he's not around.
Give it up, Z-Man. She's not interested.
Who says I'm not?
Yeah, Ash. Ash makes a face but chuckles at the jest despite himself.
Why am I even friends with you two?
And like this, most of our worries ebb away, if only for a few moments. They take their leave mere minutes close to sundown. But regardless of the lighter mood, little has been said of their plans, only vague hints of what they're aiming to do after. While it ain't any of my business to know, something about this whole thing still gnaws at me. A tiny passing thought urges to do something as well. At this hour, the streets are once again busy with people heading home after a hard day's work. Little of their bustle matters to them as they step out of the crowded walkway, however. Ash, especially. There's only his goal in mind, and I'd wager there's nothing I can do to stop him at this point. He's probably decided on it long before they made the decision to drop by. But despite this, Isabella lags behind. A worried crease is back on her forehead as she watches Ash leave to get his car.
Something wrong, Bella?
No, actually... Can you check on Becca for me after this? I really didn't get the chance to tell her where I'm headed off to. Tell her I'm okay, and we're... No, just that. That's all.
You sure I should skip on that part? If she finds out about this, she'll be angry. I don't really want to deal with angry Rebecca. It gives me a stomachache just thinking about it.
Neither do I, but I'll handle it if she gets mad. Just make sure she's safe and tell her to be careful. You too. Take care of yourself.
Almost abruptly, she pauses, the gaze in her eyes hardening as she lapses into another one of those long-distance silences from earlier. This ain't just because of the whole fiasco with the letter anymore.
I don't want what happened to Rose to happen to you guys as well.
This one cut deeper. Before I can ask about it, Ashton returns, casually swinging his car keys in one hand and gestures at Isabella.
Come on, we don't have much time. Shirley's waiting.
Who's sure? Oh, right. Don't answer that. I don't want to hear it, you huge dork.
Says the person who gave her stuffed toys names. Batcat? Really?
It's cute. Yours is just weird.
I'll see you later, Zach.
She spares me another smile, and as I watch her walk off, only now did it occur to me that none of those she gave today ever did reach her eyes. I make a grab for the back of Ash's parka. He staggers briefly before correcting himself and shooting me a confused stare.
Is she all right?
What? Who's okay?
Isabella, she's been, I don't know, out of it today? Did something happen earlier?
The scowl on his face says it all.
She's actually been like that this morning. I'll ask, but
Just do me a favor and watch over her. We have no idea what we're dealing with. I don't know what happened to her since the last time I saw her, but from how she's been doing today, whatever it is, it seems like a pretty big deal. Wait, you didn't annoy her again, did you? Because I swear to God, if you did, you've got another thing coming for you.
what? No, why would I? Just so you know, I already apologized for the one at the movie house. Granted, she deserved more of an apology, but I meant it that time.
I'm just asking. I'll take your word for it. But if you can find out what's bothering her, that'd be nice. Honestly, I don't think it's the letter this time.
I'll see what I can do.
Make sure you keep yourself out of harm's way, alright?
Yeah, you too. Don't do anything reckless again.
Reckless, no. But I can't make you to promise I won't do anything. After seeing that, there's no way in hell I'm going to pretend there ain't a problem when there is. This is a really big one, and I'll be damned if I let anything happen to you guys while I sit here. I'm done running when things get tough.
He's about to argue for a moment, but
Look, bro, if things ain't good, I'll be the first one out. But allow me this one thing, alright? Just this one time. If it doesn't work out, you'll be the first one to know. You can laugh then, or berate me all you want. But please don't ask me to step aside like I'm incapable of doing anything to help.
I've no idea if it's the look on my face or the tone of my voice. Ultimately, although his mouth presses into a thin line, he nods.
All right, stay safe, Zach.
When he stumbles into the sidewalk and allows the afternoon crowd to swallow him whole, I like to think the tiny gleam in his eyes is the closest we can get to optimism in this situation. Whether that alone will be enough to give him a peaceful sleep tonight remains to be said. October 30th, Sunday. Night falls, and despite my best attempts, sleep continues to elude me. With her image still stuck in my mind, flashing every few moments, it catches me off guard. With Ma's lullaby still echoing in my ears, no longer the soft tune it once was. And the terrible gnawing at the pit of my stomach, it's no wonder I can't bring myself to drift off, even for a little while. It's not as if there's a complete lack of things to do while waiting for sleep to come, if it ever will. And at 2:45 in the morning, I find myself cleaning my photography equipment, for no other reason than just to pass time. Though, if I'm going to be completely honest, it's not the night terrors that are keeping me wide awake tonight, but the anxiety and the hope I'll hear from Ash or Isabella soon. And for what's perhaps the 42nd time, my eyes shift over to the end of the table where my phone lies still. I've not heard from them since they left. They haven't promised a call, of course, but a small part of me wishes they would have the common sense, at the very least. Waiting is a tough game, and with the concerns stretching out the minutes far longer than usual, it's impossible for more unpleasant thoughts not to enter my mind. Moreover, it does not help that when the clock finally strikes 3, my hand stills. But not enough for me to hit the save button and save the game. There we go. It's our friend. Let's say hello to our friend. It'll be a complete and utter lie to say my heart didn't leap straight to my throat in that brief second. My whole body has gone motionless, ears straining for any further sounds. A couple of tense seconds pass. Nothing. Of course, with how the old building I'm staying in, power fluctuations ain't anything new. Every now and then, this would happen, leaving a few tenants in a rather bad mood. Nothing unusual anymore after a few years of living here. But this time, the sudden hush brings with it a stillness that raised the hair at the back of my neck and set my heart beating hard against my chest. Something reeks in the air, and in an instant, this place is no longer home. It's a prison. Every rational fiber in my being screams at me to leave. I force myself to swallow and keep a clear head as I lay down all my cleaning tools and begin gathering together the rest of my things scattered about on the table. The camera's body, lenses, filters, diffuser, phone, anything my hand could reach. But in the resulting panic, like in the nightmares, it is the scent that reaches me first, a foul, putrid smell filling my lungs with the heavy stink of death. My fingers clamp tightly to the camera, holding it closer to my body as if the tiny thing would provide enough protection to whatever is with me in the room. It won't. But it's the only comfort I have.
Hello? I know you're in here. What do you want?
Something moves behind me, a soft scuttling over the walls, followed by the squelch and painful creaking of what can only be rotten flesh and broken bones and save scumming. Without hesitation, I whirl around, my fingers and camera ready, patiently waiting for another movement.
Leave! Leave now! There's nothing here for you!
Dot. 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 There's a brief moment of silence after, and for a short while, I think my pleas worked. Then, with no warning, the shuffling resumes, and along with it are the sobs of a woman. The light flashes fleetingly one last time, allowing me a glimpse of her grotesque, misshapen features before it is once again lost in the darkness. All of a sudden, her tune changes, no longer a soft cry, but a high-pitched shriek brimming with pain, grief, and anger. Every ounce of courage I've mustered flees my body at the sound, and the next thing I know, my hand is gripping the knob, and I'm wrenching the door open. Her wails follow me as I flee into the night. Pacing has always been more of Ashton's thing than mine. When I want to think, I sit and let the minutes tick by until an idea comes to mind or my pulse settles down. And yet, dried leaves and twigs crack under my shoes as I make another pass at them. Terror is too mild to describe what this is. There's no way in hell I'm going back. Whatever she is, pleading won't work. The moment we saw that letter, she's been after us.
But I can't run. Not this time.
Nearly 2 hours have gone by since I left the comfort of my room for the solitude of the park. 2 excruciating hours since I've started making calls. No one's answering. Not even Rebecca, who's always kept her phone line open in case other people need her. Or Isabella, who frequently checks hers for any messages and readily responds as soon as she can afford. It does not help that Ash hasn't said a word where he went off to as well.
Damn it! I knew I should have asked him before I let him leave.
Knowing him, he could be anywhere. But there's really only one place he'll likely be at this time. The sun has already peaked over the horizon when I make it to the mansion. I have no idea what I'm expecting to see when I got here. There's Ashton, first and foremost. A part of me wishes my assumptions are correct, and he's really somewhere close by on a stakeout. But I've never been the lucky sort when it comes to that kind of guessing. And even after I've made a round of the immediate vicinity, I could find neither hide nor hair of him. Calling him does no good either, considering how awful the signal is here. He can't be too far if he's really here, but if he is, he would have already noticed me by now. Instead, there is only silence. The kind too quiet to find any sort of comfort in. Even the trees seem to have fallen asleep with the rest of the mansion, oblivious to what's happening around it, a small island of stillness in the otherwise fast-paced world. No wonder the whole of Anslem feels at odds with the rest of Luxborn. While the city is alive, growing every minute, breathing every second, and pulsating with life, the village remains unmoving, unchanged. It's not surprising the legends still live up to this day, and while she's still here, walking its hallowed halls. And beyond me, the mansion looms ominously. But now ain't the time for fear. Even if Ash is not here, I've still got to let the Wrights know what I've seen, what's in their home. And whatever grievance Ash has with them doesn't matter. There might be grounds for imprisonment, but they don't deserve a brutal death at the hands of one malicious spirit. And I'm sure Isabella would want the same thing. I head straight for their door without a second thought. It takes a few rings, the sound loud above the foreboding stillness before I hear footsteps on the other side.
God and Bennett, only a Nancy would knock at such an ungodly hour. Where's that damn butler when I need him?
Before long, the door swings widely open with Mr. Luke Wright standing behind it. Seething would be a complete understatement to describe him. Like this, I've got no doubt why Ash would find him a suspect.
You! Again! It's bloody 6 in the morning! What the hell is it now?
Listen, sir, I know this is not a good time.
Oh, it's not a good time! Did you even check the clock before coming here? I bet you didn't! Unlike you, the ones living in this house need to sleep. Come back when people are actually awake, or I'll call security on you.
Before I can get a word in, he slams the door in my face and bolts it shut with much finality.
Wait, sir, you gotta hear me out! You're both in danger if you stay in there! Have you seen the news lately? Everything's not a coincidence!
Only silence answers me. Maybe if it was Ms. Wright. Oh, who am I kidding? I've already seen the look on her face when I tried before. There are limits to how far a person will believe you. Then again, I didn't believe Isabella when she warned us. And now I'm here, desperately trying to save people, even if I'm aware it's completely out of my own capacity to do so. Is this what they call karma? If so, this is one horrible way of turning things around. Taking people's lives, playing with people's fears, making them feel useless.
You're around, ain't you? You here? Inside this house? Listening, watching, or whatever it is that you spirits do? What do you want? You're already dead! Leave us!
Nothing. I don't even know who I'm talking to, or if a sane person is supposed to be doing that. The only thing I got after is a feeling of foolishness washing over me. Or perhaps this is just me losing my mind. Out of other options and any other ideas, I let my hand slide off the door's surface and fall listlessly to my sides. I can go back to Luxborn, try to find the others, try to get out of this mess with them, or let them know how much in deep shit we all are. Both sound good. Either way, my loitering here ain't helping at all. I let the quietness calm me for a few more minutes before standing up and heading out to fetch my bike. It's quite a distance to Luxborn, but if I hurry, I'll reach it in maybe... The rustling stops as soon as I turn around and strain my ears for any other movement around me.
Yo, Ash, you there?
No answer. If he is here, and I've just missed him earlier. Already my feet are moving in search of him for the second time. It won't hurt to double check. Triple check, even. With how big the property is, he can be anywhere. If things ain't so urgent, if they ain't so dire that lives are at stake, I'd probably have just waited for him to show up again.
But damn it! He needs to realize what exactly it is he's dealing with.
That it is not just a petty criminal he can simply throw in jail. That it's something beyond the authority his police badge could ever give him. The guy needs to stop playing the big damn hero, sit down and chill. My breathing comes in short, shallow rasps by the time I make it back to where I started. Still no sign of him, and I'm beginning to think I'm just wasting my time here. But that is when I hear it. I'd recognize the melody in a heartbeat. Ma's favorite song. I listen for a while, trying to gauge where exactly from the house it's coming from. My feet start moving before I can stop them. And there, as I circle a corner, from a room on the first floor, a single window is open, but I can't make out whoever's inside. However, I'm sure the singing comes from there. Still, why I'll hear an old tune here, of all places, I won't know. It's not an obscure song by all means, but it is pretty rare to find someone who knows it. And for some reason, death seems to follow this song around. Panic lodges itself at the base of my throat at once. Whoever's humming might be. I don't want to be the pessimist now, but on the off chance that it is Ms. Wright.
Shit.
I shouldn't just barge in there. I can't put myself in danger before I can save anyone. Ash will tell me so in the exact same words. Might even write me a dissertation why that's a bad idea if he ain't so lazy. But damn it, god damn it. Someone could be in danger. Oh boy. Alright, let's hit the old save here, just in case. Alright, so we can keep looking for Ash, or enter the open window. That noise sounds like quite the trap, though. Same with the humming, the screaming. This sounds like such a trap. But if Ash and Isabella, like, where they went to was the mansion and they kind of broke in to take a look around, I don't know, but that could explain the open window. However, with ghost logic and ghost abilities, they can open and close, lock and unlock at will, it seems. Yeah, that's sound though. Let's keep looking for Ash. Let's see what this gives us. In the end, the rational part of my brain wins out. The half that has spent too much time around Ash. It's right though, the reasonable part. If I do force my way in and find something unpleasant, how am I going to fight back? With my camera? No matter how you look at it, that's simply asking for a painful death.
I have a better chance if I find Ash. What's he snooping about?
Perhaps I should try the forest? Make a round farther into the gardens? Not a sound plan, but it's better than nothing. The woman's soft sobs have subsided now by some means. Almost inaudible to the point where I'm wondering if I truly heard what I heard. And yeah, I mean, this is probably the decision I would make in real life. I mean, it's such a... It just seems like such a trap. Plus, you know, the whole B&E kind of thing. I didn't get to dwell much on it, though, because right at that moment, my phone rings. The sharp notes cutting, piercing through the thick quietude. I clamp a hand over it, pressing the button before the speakers are close to my ear.
Are you?
I only caught the tail end of the person's greeting on the other side, but I know the voice well enough.
What was that, Ash? Could you repeat that? Signal shitty here.
I asked, where are you? Hell, Zach, I've been calling your number for a good 20 minutes now. What kind of shithole did you get into?
Good morning to you, too. I should be asking you that question. I've been looking all over the mansion for you. I thought you'd be...
What mansion?
Do I really need to answer that?
Why are you even... No, wait. Just get your ass here at Isabella's place, and hurry.
I shift my gaze into the mansion, specifically at the window I heard the cries from. Oh yeah, that was definitely a trap. Maybe. I mean, I guess... I mean, we heard the ghost lady interrupting the phone there. But if Ash and Isabella are really at Isabella's place, boy, what a trap that open window was. There was nothing of it now. Not even echoes.
How urgent is this?
Pressing enough for you to stop asking questions and get yourself here. Please, Zach.
That gives me a pause. It's a rare thing for him to take on that tone.
I'll be there in a few. An hour or two, tops.
Thanks. I'll see you.
I rush back to my bike as soon as the call ends. Without another look, I leave the mansion, along with its haunting melodies and grim echoes behind. There are more important things than my own curiosity and impulses. Alright, Marianne. Chapter Marianne, so we are playing as Marianne McCullough now. Might as well get a little save here, 7:15 p.m. This looks like Marianne's apartment. Got a bed here, a little night table with a, I guess, alarm clock. Little picture, a big, like, painting kind of thing. That's nice. Probably really expensive. Makes me wish I could afford artwork. I'd love, like, a big painting kind of thing. That'd be pretty cool. Or to, like, you know, commission someone to make something I want. But man, that stuff gets really expensive. I understand why. Between time and it being art, and artists wanting to make money so they can, you know, not die from not having money, makes complete sense to me. I just wish I had the money for it. We got a bookshelf here. We got our computer, little desk, little chair thing, little tiny bookshelf above the computer. Not a bad little city apartment, I suppose. Wood floors. The numbers are so little on the top of my screen, and they glare at me with such intensity that I can just hear their accusations. I'm late for a night out with the girls, yes, but I have a perfectly good excuse, geez. Considering I didn't follow typical office hours, they really can't expect me to be able to just go out as I please at 5:30 on the dot. The client is, first and foremost, my priority. I have to sit tight when my personal assistant, Chris, tells me we have a big one coming up, and that I shouldn't miss this one. He knows a lot more on the who's who and the what's what when it comes to these socialites, and I trust that judgment call. I really don't have time for rich people, their drama, or their politics. These sorts who were born with silver spoons in their mouths, and who were used to wagging their silver tongues about. I let him handle the negotiating with them for the most part. Why else would I have hired him? But he told me I'd receive a message about it an hour ago.
Now, if only he has the full shilling when it comes to the time.
Come on, I have a social life too, you know. To an extent. Sort of. Pressing my head against the table, I try to stave off an oncoming headache when the notification for a new email pops up. All I'm expecting is a, "Hey, this looks like a good project I found. Go send them a design," or something like that, really. That's how it often goes. Even with these rich, jammy clients who've heard of me with their equally rich, jammy friends, I can't expect them to hire me right off the bat. The hell does jammy mean? They covered in jam? Which is all well and good and reasonable. We figure out what they want, send them my portfolio, my drafts for their projects, my rates, and hope for the best. This is a big client, Marianne. I'll babysit Baruthiel for you. Alright, subject, forward, important client, please read, from Chris Oak Parker. That would be his email address, chrisoakpark@yoohoo.com. He must work for that disgusting chocolatey water drink, Yoo-hoo. And we've been CC'd, Marianne McCullough, personal, M. Malconia616@xmail.com. This is a big client, Marianne. I'll babysit Baruthiel for you. Just please take this one project. I promise. This person is huge in Luxborn. This email and any attachments are intended solely for the use of the addressee. If you are not the intended recipient, they have been sent to you in error. Any unauthorized use of information is strictly prohibited. Just please take this one project. I promise this person is huge in Luxburn. Mr. Parker. Let's see. From Johannes Schrocken. Date 18th of October, Tuesday at 7:21 p.m. Subject Ray Hannah W., Ermengarde Mansion. Mr. Parker, this is a formal request to secure the services of Marianne McCullough, hereinafter called the designer, as authorized by Hannah Wright, herein called the client, for interior design work at Ermengarde Mansion, Luxborn, LX18 ORF, United Kingdom. The client hopes to have the designer there on the 21st of October, Friday, with the time pending. But as I open the mail and see that I've been requested by the client specifically, well, I certainly didn't expect that, and it's pretty straightforward, too. Anyone would probably be excited. they would be working with the Hannah Wright. She's just one of those rich socialites that everybody loves to talk about, no matter how hard I try to tune such nonsense out. It would have been enough for me to reply an affirmative to Chris and leave, but he has never pleaded for me to take a project before. We've worked with big personalities in the past, celebrities, bankers, and even a few politicians. My PA had been indifferent about those. So the question bounced around my skull before I spy one of those email attachments. A newspaper clipping from the Luxborn Daily's business news section boasting the headline, Wright Enterprise donates £2.5 million to refuge. It certainly caused quite a stir back then. Looks like we got words on here, so let's read this. At the grand opening of a new Wright Hotel last Wednesday, our local billionaire couple, Luke and Hannah Wright, announced the donation of £2.5 million to help Luxborn Refuge keep their services open. Unexpected, but certainly welcome, this follows only a month after the couple's previous donation of the same amount to Save the Children UK. One of the largest donations, this amount will help keep the safe house in Luxborn open for several years. With this money, Refuge can keep helping women, children, and victims of domestic violence. There are rumors as well of the charity talking with the couple and looking into building a local center equivalent to their Gaia and Athena locations. These rumors have come to us due to one of the Enterprise's employees mentioning a Project Eos. Oh, and there we go. Accidentally hit out of the windowed game. But we're back. Apparently, they had invited businessmen and socialites everywhere, in the guise of it being some big business announcement.
$2.5 million and an expensive-looking party to boot. These people sure know how to throw their money around.
Not that I should be so callous. They're going to do a lot of good and help a community of people with all those pounds. I, of all people, shouldn't criticize such acts, whether they were for show or not. At the very least, I know they'll be able to pay my rates. With the headlines out of the way, however, I find myself staring at the picture that came along with the clipping. Alright, I guess we have Hannah right here. And 3 people with less faces than Hannah. At least Hannah kind of has some eyes and maybe a little nose line there or something. Because, wow. Here I am expecting a sour old woman in a blazer and skirt. But the woman that was plastered on the front page looked like she belonged on the front page of the entertainment section, or even, if I am to be crass, as the pinup for a Glamour. Okay, I'll be real here. A men's magazine. She sure knows how to rock that dress. Wait. Her hair, her eyes, her lips. She can't be her. And at the same time, she is her, only several years older. She looks just like... No, come on, Mac. The world is full of pretty blondes. It's just a coincidence. With a shake of my head, I snap out of it and reach for my phone when it buzzes, nearly falling off my chair in the process. Who else could be on the other line but the very people waiting for me?
Oh, piss. I'm so sorry, Cam. I'm on my way.
That's what I say. Yet, I still don't move from my chair, face flushed and heart racing. I could only stare until I could will myself to reply that yes, I am accepting the assignment. And it takes even more time for me to close the image, shut down the computer, and leave. Okay, so, like, once again, it seems like each time we start a new character chapter, we're starting, like, very early on. So we're, like, technically before Marianne McCullough was, hanging around doing interior design with the Wrights. So I guess we'll probably see if she has her own ghostly encounter. I know that after Isabella had hers, the haunted chain letter was looked at, or grabbed at least, by Hannah and Marianne. I believe it said they didn't really look at it, but perhaps just touching it or being in the vicinity is enough, because I mean we know Hannah has already been haunted by this ghost lady. Even then, it has already burned its image into my head, no matter how much I wish it would disappear. It makes me eager for the alcohol and the company. It makes me eager for anything that can help me forget. Alright, now I'm thinking this painting here. I know Marianne has the darker hair, so if this is Marianne, and this lady here has more whitish or grayish hair, but maybe it's supposed to be blonde. Maybe, girlfriend, wife, maybe. And, well, I suppose we'll eventually find out. If, Marianne is reminded of her, and perhaps an untimely demise or a breakup. I don't know. I suppose we'll have to wait and see. It's a good thing that the nearest pub is just a hop, skip, and a jump from here. The Galway Shawl, as it is called by those who frequented the place, is the only decent Irish pub in this county. You can pretty much tell that someone is new if they just call it by the official name, the Crawl Bar. My home away from home ever since I've moved to Luxbourne. Well, that is when I'm not cooped up in my condo and working anyway. It has good alcohol, good company, and thank God in St. Cecilia, good music. Crowd favorites like the Bothy Noise, the High Wesleyan Men, and Second Fusion Orchestra are often played. Not to mention the singing. I love singing. Anyone could just break out into a drinking song, and the others in the pub were just wonderful that they'd start singing along. And doing so while intoxicated is the best way to go about it. Hey, it's a win-win as long as I don't puke in the middle of the chorus, and as long as I can get home in one piece at the end of the day. And tonight is karaoke night. What better time than to try and sing all my worries away? That's what my intoxicated brain tells me.
The ghost of guilt and sorrow remembers who I am. And in the prison of my heart, I was my only slave.
Look at her giving it her all right there. Just belting it out. But drinking only reminds me of my home. And the thought of home makes me think of her.
But in the depths of my cold soul, I'll leave the burden and despair.
Well, I mean, I've heard much, much, much worse singing at karaoke before. I'm sure we all have. It makes me nauseous. It sickens me that the smallest reminder of her can cause me such grief.
I'll fight for what's worth fighting for. forget the fear, forget the rest.
Of course, that might not just be the booze. Any other day, I would have scolded myself for drinking so much.
I lied to the Lord, I lied to myself, I lied to you and everyone I care, until there were no more lies to tell.
But I already have a client, and we'll be having our first little meet and greet in a few days.
Cowardice is easier than being brave, but at last I found the strength I lost to sing my love letter to you. 'Cause people can lie, but my lone heart beats true.
I want to at least enjoy this night, get over the hangover tomorrow, and return to being a prim and proper professional afterward.
That song was for Cam, our lucky bride-to-be. So give her a hand, Galway shawl.
Considering the state I'm in, one can excuse my smug grin as cheers and applause rise among the pub's patrons. Because, possibly off-key public singing aside, I feel like I'm on top of the world right now, and that's a good reason as any to belt out in front of these strangers. With good drinks and good friends, there's nowhere else I'd rather be tonight. And I forget for a short while.
And that song was brought to you by Marianne McCullough, everyone! A round of applause!
That was so good. You rock, Marianne.
Oh, please stop. You're just saying that.
You know neither of us can hold a tune, Marianne. A toast to our shameless drunk singer. May your drinks forever flow and your notes be ever lovely.
If anyone deserves a toast tonight, that's Cam. Finally sealed the deal after 3 years, eh?
Read 'em and weep, bitches.
Kamala's diamond engagement ring gleams as she holds it up for all the world to see. Oh, I guess that's it right there. Little engagement ring. She has reasons to be proud. 3 years of living together, and her boyfriend finally asked her the big question. Sorry, I was trying to think of a funny big question to ask that isn't, will you marry me? And I was coming up with nothing. So... obviously, she said yes.
Don't get too attached to that ring or the one after, sweetie. I was wearing a wedding ring not so long ago, and look at where I am. But enough of me being a downer. Cheers to a happy engagement!
Of course, if something like Haruna's divorce were to happen, I'd be there for Cam. Just as Cam has been there for me, acting more than just my yoga instructor. I can't be happier for my friend right now.
Cheers!
Cheers.
Well, we both will be there for Cam, won't we? Haruna and I. Haruna, it's been a real bad year for her ever since her divorce. She's a real nice person. Even loaning me money to open a studio, and she didn't deserve what her husband had pulled. I'm happy she's smiling again, and pigging out like she used to. I think we've all missed our Japanese firecracker. We met in yoga class, something I had joined to keep myself in shape and, well, honestly, so that I could make friends when I had moved to Luxbourne. Oh, is that how adults make friends? Should I join a yoga class? I don't even know where a yoga class would be around where I'm at. And considering where I live, unless it's shooting off guns or acting like an asshole in a store, I highly doubt I'd find a yoga class anywhere. Clearly, it worked like a charm. And it definitely didn't have anything to do with the fact that I brought along my lucky D20 die with me on the first day. No, sir. Oh, you nerd. Oh, Marianne McCullough, you dork. I love these girls so much.
What about you, Marianne? You're 30 years old and you still haven't got yourself a man.
And you guys know I have a very busy schedule. I don't have time for that.
Oh, come on. That's a lame excuse and you know it. You need a man who'll take care of you and you need it now. Maybe some hunk who'll be your house hubby while you rake in the dough.
I'm quite capable of taking care of myself. Who needs a Mr. Right?
Hey, look at me. I'm Marianne McCullough, a lawful neutral cleric with 9 points in wisdom and 8 in charisma, but I can't get myself a date.
I mentioned druids and demons once. Once. They don't even know the rules or understand what the numbers mean. And I certainly am not some sort of holy person. I am a far cry from a miracle worker, and I barely have the willpower to fight off demons, especially my own.
Actually, maybe she isn't looking for a Mr. Right, but a Mrs. Right. Oh, my Marianne, we still love you even if you're in the closet.
That would explain some things. How do you know you don't have a ring anymore? Maybe you two can be together and I don't have to worry about my best girls being alone.
What are you on about? There's nothing to explain.
But the more I deny, the louder they tease until the other people in the pub start to watch. It doesn't help at all when Haruna drapes her arm over my shoulder and leans in. Uh-oh, there we are.
Will I be all yours then? Will you be making me feel like a woman?
I know that they're just kidding around, but this doesn't make me comfortable in the slightest. So, when Kamala notices my silence and Haruna sees the expression on my face, they stop. And when the awkward air settles over us, the rest of the pub goes back to whatever they were doing before the whole thing ever happened. They probably won't even remember it when they wake up with massive hangovers anyway.
Sorry.
Me too.
Hey, no hard feelings, right?
I raise my glass. They smile. We drink. There's no need to say any more. We're all definitely far too drunk tonight. Eventually, the fun times end. It is a weekday, after all. And with Haruna being a nurse, she still has to get ready for her next shift. Oh God. After getting blasted? Oof. Well, I hope there's nothing major that ends up needing to be done by her at the hospital. Yikes. Cam also has a loving fiance waiting for her at home, and really didn't have to make a fuss about having left some buns in the oven when she took off early. Really, I understand. I was the one who insisted, who was determined to get pissed drunk anyways. Moving to the bar, I sit. Alone at last. Alone with a stranger. Oh, Luke. Luke Wright. Ugh, this fucking loser. I hate him. I haven't seen him before. Obviously not a regular. He hasn't said a word and just sits there savoring his drink. Okay, so this is why, when Hannah and Marianne were doing their, much earlier on, their, interior design stuff, and Hannah made a comment when Luke showed up about how it seemed like he knew Marianne McCullough from somewhere. This would be that somewhere. With his whiskey served neat in one hand and lighter in the other, it doesn't seem like he's noticed me yet, and maybe I should go before he does look my way. That nice red whiskey in a wine glass. Because he was pretty and he was blonde, and those two things plus alcohol never did me any good. A thought too late. Judging by the way his flushed face and the dazed look in his eyes, he's as pissed drunk as I am. But whereas I feel like keeling over, he looks like he's still ready to take the catwalk by storm. Really, he just has the air of one of those men who think they own the world.
Hello there, sexy. Please don't stand up on my account. I already like what I see. Fancy a drink? It'll be on me.
But then again, I might be pleasantly surprised if he proves me wrong. Oh, Marianne, no.
Want some between the sheets? Sex on the beach? I'm talking cocktails, of course.
Fat chance. But it doesn't matter. We both know how to play this game. And there are two different ways for the night to end. One thing or another is going to happen. The question is, what do I want to do?
Oh no, that's fine. I'd rather order some blue balls or some AMF if you don't mind.
He looks like he's about to say some witty retort, but stops himself and downs the rest of his red wine whiskey. I order a mint julep, he gets another red wine whiskey, and we start the customary small talk. Of course, the saying, "Ask me no questions and I'll tell you no lies," goes without saying. We ask nothing about each other, offering up falsehoods to establish a strenuous fake connection between two strangers at a pub, if only to pass time. I mean, this seems really sad. I mean, setting aside, you know, what we know about both of these characters, especially Luke right here, just seems like a sad, drunk bar thing. Like, I don't know, just, you don't know each other, maybe get to know each other for real? Like, you know, people do, I assume? Is that what people do? Whiskey, as I have let me try that again. Whiskey, as I have come to call him, is supposedly 21 years old, single, takes care of his sick mother, and is a manager of some sort. Yeah, whole bunch of lies right there. Manager of what? I don't care to listen to the details. Meanwhile, Mint, as he has come to call me, is 29, and I'm... What did I say I was again? Oh yes, I told him that I was a professional chocolate taster. Because fuck it, if I'm going to lie about what my job is, might as well make it fun. It's a pretty decent chat between two pretty drunk strangers. Well, I mean, I guess I have no experience in the bar arena, and maybe, you know, being two lonely souls getting loaded and wanting to perhaps have like an anonymous encounter afterwards. Maybe this is what people do. They just make things up, and, you know, it's like a one-time fling. I don't know, it still seems a little weird to me. I mean, if you're both not planning on seeing each other after the one night fling, like, I mean, do you have to just make up stories, both of you? I don't know. A little weird to me, but, you know, whatever, as long as everything's consensual. Outside of these, I mean, he's married, you know, fuck him. And maybe it's just me. We might as fucking well expend the tiniest amount of effort in pretending there's something meaningful in the meeting. Would have been nice too, if it was just left at that. But during a lull in the conversation, he brings it up.
You know, I've never been with a woman taller than me.
And to think he might have been different from the rest.
Never have and never will, whiskey. Can we go back to the history of chocolates? Did you know that chocolate candy was introduced in 19th century England as a healthier alternative to alcohol?
St. Lucy was the most beautiful woman of her time. She had men come from the four corners of the world just to see the pure light of her exquisite green eyes. If she were so lucky, anyway.
No, enough of the history lesson. Come on, Mint. You know and I know what you came here for.
Though not every suitor was gallant, and she was no fool, she had known that sooner or later she wouldn't be able to defend her chastity.
Come on. There must be something that gets you going.
So she had taken out a knife and gouged out her own eyes.
There is something, but I don't think you can handle it.
That's kind of a fucking badass story. Jeez. Even as a boring dude like me, I'm kind of really sick of asshole dudes like this. And that story of St. Lucy there. Just that painful, fucking violent fuck you to all the dudes. It's pretty good story. Impressed with her own devotion, God restored her eyes and made them more beautiful than before. He has a peculiar sense of humor, hasn't he? Because that only meant suitors kept going after Lucy, and she kept her eyes in a chalice to scare them away.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I can handle whatever it is.
St. Lucy, help me. Help me turn away from sin. Help me with my own blindness.
My place isn't too far from here. I won't take care of you if it ends up being too much for you. And no one will be able to hear you if you try to scream. You sure you want to go down that road, pretty boy?
Wouldn't have it any other way.
Oh boy. The best thing about having my condo so close to the pub is the ease of access. As long as I can still stand and walk, I can make it home. Maybe I'd need help from a kind neighbor or two to help me with the last leg if I've really gone overboard on the alcohol. But I've always made it home. Sometimes with company. Of course, that always comes with complications, especially with the really clingy ones. And I should say at this point, this is perfectly fine. People want to have casual sexual encounters. Awesome. And, regardless of what we know in this game, Marianne McCullough does not know that this guy is a married douchebag. So that's all cool. If she wants to do that, consensual adults, all good. Even if it's something that she doesn't seem to really want to do, but lets the alcohol take over and things happen, we all have our issues. She's obviously depressed about this, quote, her. We all grieve and deal with our own depression in different ways, and sometimes it's, through alcohol, which isn't the best, but, what are you gonna do? I think a lot of us have been there. We can relate. But it isn't anything a good tip about stalkers to the building security can't fix. I'm always nervous, though, even if this isn't the first time I've done this. And the first few minutes when we enter my room are the first few agonizing minutes where I try not to panic. Okay, Mac. So far, so good. Don't let him smell your fear under all that liquid courage. He'll leave sooner or later, and I'll never have to see him again. Just like every other man before him. I'd like to say to myself that the men I've brought to my place were more scared than I was. Yet, there is no fear when I look into Whiskey's eyes. Only delight. When he starts touching me, I don't even hesitate when I push him against the door. Roughness is to be expected. Alright, so I guess regardless, like, whether or not old Whiskey here, Luke, did father the baby of the chief inspector's wife, as was accused during the housewarming party later on. He's still pretty much cheating here on Hana, so I'm kind of happy I decided to choose to take a break there. I mean, you know, this has gone a little further than, quote, friendly flirting at the bar, end quote. I don't even know if friendly flirting is a thing. And as long as he sticks to the script, everything will go smoothly. We'll have our little tumble in the sheets, he'll leave, we'll forget about it. If somebody asked what I really wanted, I would have told them that I wanted a bed of roses, chocolates, and music, maybe in an Irish castle. But all I really want is her. And that's never going to be a reality. That was my fault, of course. Because I was afraid. Because I was a coward. They would never hold a candle up to her. She was the light of my life. And I had let her go. I can't even be bothered at the thought of her. Just the single thought of her makes me my resolve to see this affair through waver.
Wait.
What is it now?
Yes, what is it now? What's it gonna be, Marianne? To sex? Or not to sex? Alright. The most important question, the most important decision to be streamed on Twitch. Do we fuck or not? It's a little difficult to make the decision, knowing what we know about characters. You know, at this point, Marianne does not know who this guy is. She will, pretty darn soon. And she'll find out that he's married pretty darn soon. I don't know, but, I mean, she's remembering her. We'll just say we have, you know, aside from remembering, quote, her, we have a little intuition about this guy. And this guy's, I mean, aside from him being married, which, you know, Marianne does not know, he's been acting like an asshole like he usually is. Let's just say this is wrong. We're not doing it. Sorry, bro.
We're both drunk.
And?
This is wrong. Don't you think it's a bit fucked up that we're about to have sex and we're just calling each other by the drinks that we had? How messed up are we?
Doll, shut up with the ethics and morality talk. It is seriously putting me out of the mood.
If you want to leave now, Whiskey, I understand. I mean, with how smashed you are, it'd probably be best for you to sleep the night unless you want to be mugged. But I won't stop you. And this isn't going to happen.
Bloody hell.
Alright, achievement unlocked. We have cock-blocked Luke. So I am just going to consider that the golden ending for the game. Luke has been cock-blocked. We don't like Luke. And just roll the credits, so we are done here. That has been the letter, everybody. We have won. We've got the golden ending. Luke is not having sex with us outside of marriage. Or his marriage. He is married. Oh, but I guess there's more. Alright, there's no credits yet. Of course, he's annoyed at me for putting off our night of sexual congress. But no means no. Hell yeah. And beyond spewing a few profanities under his breath, he surprisingly simmers down soon enough. I was worried for a moment that he might try to force something. Instead, he makes a show of fixing his suit, smoothing his hair, down his hair before making himself comfortable on the nearest seat he could find.
What are you doing then? You have a guest in your home. Put the damn kettle on. Dandelion tea if you have it. But I suppose all you have are those shitty tea bags from the store.
If it isn't for the absurdity of this turn of events, I would have flipped him off for thinking I have no taste. But in the end, I just laugh. All I got are cans of Korean ginseng and lemon balm, though. No dandelion. Without a second thought, I do wet the tea. That's 3 minutes to get the kettle to a boil. 3 minutes where we say nothing to each other. I mean, what do you even say to the guy I was going to sleep with until I changed my mind? I doubt he's in the mood to talk about the influence of the Troys on Mallory. And yeah, I'm not sure what that is. It's still unusual by the time we've both seated on my bed with mugs of tea in hand.
Just so you know, whatever is going on right now is a lot stranger and fucked up than the one night stand.
We are two messed up individuals by your logic.
Everything is messed up, if you ask me. War, terrorism, famine, poverty, loved ones and loved lost. Oh, this whole world is a cesspool.
The dead air is telling when it fills the room once more. One would think that this is the perfect time to burst, to spill about whatever issues that made us the fucked up person that we are today. And it is. But I guess some part of me would rather not put the weight of my problems on somebody else's shoulder. It wouldn't be fair to leave that to a person when I don't know if we'll ever see each other again. Oh, you will. Very soon, in fact. Sooner rather than later, we both pass out on my bed. Mugs left forgotten on the floor. When I wake, whiskey is already gone. A bottle of painkillers and a note on the table are the only evidence that I wasn't alone last night. Alright, we got thanks Faz the Tea Mazian Whiskey. I know, that's probably just a weird way to write an R. Thanks for the tea, Marianne. Wait. How does he know our name? I don't even question where these are from, or just how he knew my real name. I'm just grateful for something to help with the hangover. Might as well. I have a job to do. October 22nd, Saturday. It isn't often that I think about drinking on the job, but after meeting with the Wrights yesterday, really makes me want to break my self-imposed rules. Alright, so, yep, this is after the initial meeting then. So now, Marianne McCullough knows Whiskey, aka Luke Wright. Because, first off, fucking damn Whiskey was fucking damn Mr. Wright. And to top it all off, they had somehow forgotten to inform me that they didn't own the Ermengarde mansion yet when they hired me. What sort of person does that?
Ugh, rich people.
Yeah, exactly. I could do nothing but twiddle my thumbs at this, however. Twiddle my thumbs and wait for the go signal. It's not like I can accept other small projects. This is a big job, and I should be ready to start on it at any time. Not to mention that my PA practically begged me to be patient and wait this out. It was a hard decision to agree, but I did so in the end. Besides, I'm doing this for the Ermengarde mansion, not for anything or anyone else. I'd have a headache, whatever I do anyway. I'd go to the pub again, but seeing what happened a few days ago, I'd rather not end up in bed with another potential client. And it might be a huge leap in logic, but a library is the next best thing after the pub. I have to go there anyway. I need more books. For Dad. Plus, I need to return the ones I borrowed last time. Finding a new book or two to read for myself while I have nothing to do isn't such a bad idea either. So, on a Saturday morning, I find myself going to the library in Luxbourne to, hopefully, cool off. Okay, so... yeah, now that I'm thinking, if I'm remembering correctly, the first meeting would have also involved Isabella, so that means the letter, the cursed chain letter, was around. So now I suppose we would expect to be haunted by the ghost lady? Let's see. After returning an Urzuli and a poetry book by Henry of Podbrady, I asked the librarian about the several titles on my list, though I don't have much luck on that front. Dialogue with Death has already been snatched, and she bluntly says that she did not keep Our Mathematical Universe for someone who didn't return books on time. Well, damn. Fucking librarians giving out shit. I make headway, at least, when I ask about Siege and Rendition by Havana... Siege and Rendition of Havana by Jacobo de Pezuela. If you count her snarling and pointing at the history section as headway, that is. The history section is devoid of any other except for myself and a redhead. Though I'd wager a guess that Red is just passing by to get to the classical literature section. What is this, some kind of fucking library bullying going on? So many books, so little time. Scanning the books and seeing so many wonderful titles gives me great pleasure. And that's when I spot it.
Hello, sailor. Why don't you come to Mama?
It's not the naval book. It's not the naval battle book I was looking for. No, it's even better. Oh, we got the History of Luxbourne Architecture, first edition. The newly acquired History of Luxbourne Architecture, first edition too. I know, I just have to get it. I've been waiting to get my hands on this book for so long. The fact that there's only one copy proves to be a problem, though, when Red reaches out for it at the same time I do.
I think I had this first, miss.
Oh, it's Rebecca. I can only stare down at her when she refuses to let go of the book. Refusing to let go of it as well, I raise a brow at her in hopes of the fact that I was significantly taller than her would intimidate the girl. Well, yeah, I butchered that sentence, and many others will just continue on. Even then, she refused with a rebellious look.
This isn't exactly light reading, miss. I mean, do you even know which architect was at the forefront of 18th century Irish architecture?
A beat. She blinks, and I can't help the smirk on my face, which is wiped off when she opens her mouth.
Edward Lovett Pierce, who established the Palladian style through his work with Castletown House and the Irish Houses of Parliament.
Aw, shit.
This bridge was destroyed in this year to delay French troops while under the regency of Mary of Guise.
This is not what I was expecting. Let's be honest, how many people would know these history facts? I sure don't. Aside from me, anyway. Well, Marianne, not me. I don't know any of this shit.
Going right to the obscure ones, aren't you? Easy enough. Tullybody Old Bridge in Clackmannanshire, Scotland, on the January of 1560, if we want to be specific.
Oh, we do. Suddenly, it's a game where we throw these history questions and facts at each other, back and forth, in hushed tones unless we want to be thrown out of the library. After a while, it goes from some strange competition into this strange but friendly banter, if it could be called that. But as fun as it is, the exchange soon slows down until we're grinning at how odd this whole scene is.
Marianne McCulloch, my desire for potatoes doesn't quite match what the stereotypes suggest.
Rebecca Gales, the Scots' supposed hatred for the English wasn't enough to stop me from teaching their little spawns.
By then, we had forgotten about our little tug of war, although she still holds the book in her hands. I had let go of it without realizing when she answered my first question.
History teacher, then?
Got it in one.
No wonder you gave me a run for my money. Now, if we're talking about architecture, I'd blow you out of the water. You're from where? Luxburn Uni?
Oh no, just St. Goretti's.
Ah, yes, St. Goretti. You'd think a school would choose a more appropriate saint to name after themselves, especially when they have very young students.
And I'm guessing you're an architect, if you're so confident about the subject.
I guess we're not getting any input about that saint, no history, because I guess I don't get that comment then.
Interior designer, Miss Gales.
Please, just call me Rebecca. You aren't one of my students, are you?
Marianne, then.
I could have said that I was an architect, but there's no point in explaining why I wasn't one anymore.
So, I've never seen you before. I'd like to think I've met every history aficionado in town.
I blame the rock I've been hiding under, of course. That, and I'm usually only here on the weekdays if time allows. Work often has me meeting clients on the weekends.
That must be interesting work.
It allows for some creative freedom, sure. But it's like working with children sometimes. Though you probably have it harder working with actual children. The hardest part is convincing them that your idea is their idea.
That sounds exciting.
It is!
But isn't that true for any workplace, though? We just cross our fingers and hope there aren't any man-children in charge of important things. Any big projects right now? I can't imagine that interior designing is a frequent thing.
I'm working on the Ermengarde mansion. Lucky me. That mansion. Intach. Wonderful. Breathtaking. I can't wait to start in it. Now that is beautiful architecture.
A pause. It looks like she wants to say something at my mention of the house. I'm not surprised. That place is certainly popular with the locals, especially with the urban legends attached to it. In the next second, though, she seems to think better of it and drops what she's about to say.
So, do you have a portfolio or anything I can take a look at? I'd love to see your designs. Maybe you have some on a tablet? I've met some designers before, and they're always going crazy over these virtual room apps or another.
A tablet? Please. Callicrates didn't need those silly iTabs when he built the Parthenon. I certainly don't need one to design a house.
The computer back at my place is all I have. Why should I buy a bunch of expensive gadgets that will just get outdated within the year, when what I have is just as functional? The traditional ways had a far more personal touch, in my opinion, not to mention those smartphones are awful tools of procrastination. That's right. We're all horrible procrastinators. I can't even count on one hand the number of people I see going outside only to have their eyes glued to the things. And fuck touchscreens. They're evil things that make typing, what should have been a simple task, harder. Really? I think Marianne misses the clickety-clack of the old, the old flip phones where you had to hit one button like 3 times to get to a letter.
I do have an online portfolio, if you'd like. I can...
Speaking or thinking of the devil seems to have summoned it, because before I can even carry on, Rebecca's attention wanes as she pulls out her mobile. For what I can only assume is a call, she gives me an apologetic look before she's standing up and excusing herself. Off farther into the aisle she goes, for some privacy. I do my best to give it to her as well, trying to tune her out.
Belle, is something wrong? Lunch at the coffee house? Sure, I can make it. I'm not too far, I can be there in 10.
But with how quiet the surrounding is, she can't blame me if I overhear snippets of our conversation. When she returns with a sheepish look on her face, I know that our friendly chat has to be cut short.
Sorry, I have to go and meet with some friends.
It's fine, totally fine. No need to even apologize.
About the book.
Her embarrassment increases twofold when she realizes she's still holding on to history of Luxborn architecture. I don't give her time to think about it as I put my hand up and shake my head, fishing out a pen and paper from my bag along with my business card. I hand them over to her.
You know, I'm busy with work, so I might not even be able to take a peek at it anytime soon. You can go ahead and have it. But you'll have to ring me up when you're returning it just so I can snag it right away. Deal?
She makes quick work, penning her number down and handing it back to me with a grin.
Deal. Just message me during school hours, of course. You have a good day then.
You too.
With Rebecca gone, I'm left alone standing in the history section. Although my original plans were simply to sit down and read a good book, our little pop quiz, if you could call it that, made the time pass by without any of us even realizing it. It was fun, and I do believe I made a new friend. Good job, Marianne. Even with the talk of lunch, however, I don't feel like grabbing a bite to eat. There are still other books to read here, and I'm hoping to find something that will help me while I work with the rights. Something like How to Deal with Arseholes Professionally 101, just in case. I've dealt with a lot of uppity, snooty, rich clients before, but it's still better to be safe than sorry. Because Luke Wright just takes the fucking cake, and he probably manages to eat it too. It seems the world is conspiring to keep me from my me time, as my mobile vibrates in my pockets the moment I find something from the shelves of the classic literature section.
Marianne McCulloch, Charlie Rose Design speaking.
Rose Cooper here, Miss McCullough. I hope I didn't catch you at a bad time or anything. But I just wanted to check in and tell you that we've got the clear to hand over the documents. Madam Wright told us that we should forward the floor plans to you.
Already? How did they go through the process so fast? Surely there is so much red tape to even acquire the forms and the transferring of rights? No matter how rich the rights are, it shouldn't be this quick, right?
So, if I can just have your email, I'll be sending them your way.
I'd actually like a physical copy of the floor plans.
Oh, I suppose that's fine. I'm not at the office right now, but I can inform Miss Santos of your request.
I'll make sure to drop by the office after lunch if that's fine.
Not a problem. Right. Well, cheers.
Right. Cheers.
I don't know. I just don't. Is there some sort of deeper miscommunication when we last met? These things take time. It's been, what, a day? Less than that, even. There isn't even a point in trying to make sense of these people who seem to be larger than life. As it looks like I'm back on the clock starting today, I might as well eat. Grabbing some fish and chips from one of the street food stalls, I find a table to spend some time with a copy of Marquis de Sade's The Crime of Love, since Rebecca left with the book I wanted. I've read this one before, along with the rest of his works. This would be the 18th time, in fact. But it's always nice to read through it again when I don't have the time to enjoy something new. You probably don't have the time to enjoy something new because you're reading this book for the 18th time. Besides, when you're dealing with people so filthy rich that they just end up plain filthy, you need the good old Marquis's sound advice.
La blessure se trouvant sans aucune sorte de conséquence.
The wound being without any consequence. Of course, it's folly to think that these things have no consequence when everything actually does. Briar Realty Corporation's Luxbourne branch isn't too far away from the city center, just a few blocks away. I can easily eat and walk. I'd rather use this time to rest before I go into a flurry of activity. No doubt, there'll be so much to do once we get our hands on with the mansion.
Still a lot better than working on another condo, at least.
Surely, no matter how much BRC and the old owners put into the restoration and preservation of the place, any big repairs would be superficial at most. I am quite certain that in their haste to sell the property, they did a rush job. It isn't an infrequent thing to do despite how it is frowned upon. There'll be lots of hidden issues that I will need to weed out, and I have to make sure I find every single one of them, especially the more serious damages. Structural integrity is definitely on the top of the list we will have to consider. The building might look sturdy, but it is centuries old. That alone will likely pose a few problems here and there, put limitations on what we can do. Besides, despite how much I detest these rich snobs, they can pay rather handsomely, so long as I do an excellent job and do more than necessary. Those two things always made sure the referrals keep coming. I don't even have to hunt down projects for myself. When I do go up to BRC's office, I can't help but stop and stare when I enter the building. With the lunch hour closing, employees should have been back already, if they still aren't filtering through the doors. I get that it's a Saturday, that people probably feel tired and lazy to be working on a weekend. But they're still on the clock and not bumming around about wasting company time on extended lunch breaks and cigarette sessions. The office is spacious, as it is with these big corporations, Each person is given their little space of what's usually a 2x2 meter cubicle. There is a lot more empty chairs than there are actual people working at their desks. It reminds me far too much of my last day at Perizkova Projects during the massive layoffs due to the Irish economic crisis. But it isn't just that, though. Everything is as quiet as a grave. It's as if these people are merely ghosts. Speaking of ghosts, Santos comes in through the door, looking as if she's just seen one. She looks at me wide-eyed like a deer caught in the headlights, ready to bolt at any moment. I'd ask out of concern, but I feel it's not my position to do so. What if it's something personal? I'd simply be overstepping my boundaries. Really, it's none of my business.
I presume that Miss Cooper told you why I'm here, Miss Santos?
Huh? Oh, yeah. Sorry, I just got back from lunch, you know?
Oh, okay. So yeah, this must be right after she freaked out then. She treated Zach and Rebecca to lunch, and then when they were walking outside, she saw the ghost lady through the window of a storefront and had a really, really bad freak out.
But it won't take too long, don't worry.
Of course it won't. This whole project has established itself to be a matter done in haste. I do hope it doesn't mean that people are being careless in their duties.
She flinches and looks like she doesn't quite know how to respond to that. Thankfully, instead of opening her mouth, she leads the way towards her station and goes to fetch the floor plans. It won't take too long, as she said, but it does take a bit. Time spent to compose herself, most likely.
You know, we usually just email these things.
I prefer the real thing.
Not that you would know. You probably have your nose stuck in front of a smartphone when you're not working, and even when you should be working, playing those mindless, addictive games like The Letter. I definitely wish Chris would stop playing that Batcat thingy during work hours, too.
I know what you mean. Digital painting is nice, but nothing beats the smell of real paint. Not that I go and smell paint like a crazy person, but, you know, the real thing is different.
Wait, what?
Yes, nothing is quite like the real thing.
Checking out the floor plans, I see that I'll have a lot going for me. Now that I know how Ray felt when he found the Central Park West building floor plans from that one movie. Let's see. Yep, we got the Ermengarde Mansion floor plans here. Any spooky hidden ghost rooms? Oh, hey, Merkleby, how's it going? What's this game about? Well, it's kind of like a horror visual novel game from the Philippines about you play as a bunch of different characters throughout the game. There's a haunted mansion and a cursed chain letter, and everybody that's kind of come across the chain letter is being haunted by this very angry, vengeful ghost lady. So basically, right now, what we're doing is playing as various characters, getting into fights with each other because drama, and trying to not get killed by the vengeful ghost lady in some quick time events that I'm very bad at. And hopefully soon find out why this mansion is haunted and why this vengeful ghost lady is pissed at us. So like The Ring. Yeah, kind of. It is, I'm pretty sure I've seen that this is influenced by, like, Japanese horror. So yeah, like The Ring or, like, Ju-on, The Grudge. especially considering, like, I guess I usually think about Ju-on when I think about, like, Japanese horror and, like, ghosts following you, because, like, you know, like in those movies, you go into that house, no matter where you go, that ghost is going to come after you. But I guess some, you know, Samara or Sadako are similar. I mean, you watch the tape and, you know, no matter where you're at, she's going to come get you. Let's see, this is why I became an architect in the first place. Jacobean style at its finest. It's a thing of beauty. Look at these gorgeous rooms, the delicate harmony between empty spaces. And speaking of empty spaces, there's something rather odd about these ones.
I feel a bit silly saying it out loud because I've never lived in a big house, let alone a mansion. But during the tour, I had the distinct impression that the rooms were bigger. Maybe the scale is wrong? It's not much of a problem, and it is an old house.
There had been little details here and there that I would have liked to address during the open house too. But it was all forgotten in the wake of Miss Santos's incident and the trouble with ownership. The wine cellar is going to be a problem. I shudder to think what sorts of repairs they did to the place. The wine cellar. The wine cellar that's really haunting Ms. Hana Wrights. The ghost lady likes to kind of lead her down there and try to, or at least try to lead her down there, but we've been good at avoiding going down there because it's such an obvious trap. There might have been things that were swept under the rug, pushed to the dark corner of the rooms and hidden away in barrels. Water damage could have been covered up. There have been floods due to heavy rains in West England just last year, after all. And if there's any sort of damage to the house's foundation, that's going to be a lot of work. I was not able to look at the attic as well. For all I know, a whole family of vermin could have made their nests in there. Working with pest control is always the worst. Yes, the attic. The attic in the West Wing, if I'm remembering correctly, is the location that started this whole thing. When Isabella ended up in there looking for Rose. And Saul was the very first person to see the ghost lady and come across the cursed chain letter. The sheer size of the place is staggering, even if I did just say it was a lot smaller than I thought. I might just be biting off more than I can chew, but who doesn't like a good challenge? First things first, I'll have to...
So, do you want a coffee? The one from the staff room is pretty decent.
There's really no need. I'm sure you have rules against it.
Rules against bringing someone coffee? That's ridiculous, and even if there were regulations against it, nobody's really here to tell Sir John. I've already brought 2 mugs, and I'm not going to drink them on my own. Come on.
I have to stamp down my annoyance at being distracted. Seeing the girl, the young woman, though, it looks like she has a lot on her mind. If babbling is her way of dealing with stray thoughts, I'm not really the one she should be babbling to. How should I respond? Alright, we can say you have something to say, or I don't have time for this. Well, I mean, no reason to be rude, Marianne McCullough. You have something to say? I give her time to speak up. But when she just stares, I clear my throat.
Yes? You have something to say?
As embarrassment creeps up on her face, I snatch one of the coffees from her and take a sip. Too hot.
Just thinking and speaking off the record, it must be fun what you do. You go to people's houses and you make them, well, pretty. You're sharing your art with them.
It's a little bit more complex than that. But if you put it that way, it is fun. I wouldn't have done it for 7 years if it wasn't a little bit fun, I guess.
These big clients always have paintings in their homes. do you have a supplier for art pieces?
Oh, yeah, that reminds me of the painting encounter that we had with Hannah, right? Where she found a gross painting in one of the rooms of the ghost lady. We looked at it a few times. People were like, what the hell is that? And then she was gone, the ghost painting, and it was just a mirror. That was fun. I didn't expect to hear such a question from her, seeing how well she handled herself yesterday. I didn't doubt then why she was assigned to an important sale like the Ermengarde Mansion, despite the little accident she had. Now she just looks too young, too nervous, and unsure of herself, although her enthusiasm must make up for that in spades. In fact, I wouldn't have believed it if she had introduced herself the way she is at the moment. Why, watching her now, she actually looks like she could still be in college. Acts a bit like it, too, when I think about it. I thought she was a teen slumming it out in the mansion when I first saw her there, lying on the ground. Surprise, surprise, she turned out to be one of the estate agents handling the property. I don't even know what to make of that whole meltdown that happened with that strange document. If I were the client, I would have been very upset. She'd be in hot water for it.
The clients usually support artists of their own choice. If they don't, I'm always happy to refer those that I know.
That's cool.
They're very picky. I don't think a hobbyist will have an easy time getting their work sold.
Hey, I'll have you know I was a student of the fine arts.
And yet here you are, selling property. Maybe you weren't a very fine student of the arts.
Maybe I took that a bit too far. She bites her cheek, and it looks like she's barely holding herself back.
It's not like I had a choice.
She mutters it under her breath. I barely even hear it. But the hurt is there. And it makes one wonder what brought it on. Although it is understandable if her reason's what I think it is, very few people make it big in the art world. LOL, hand on the trigger. I can see why she'd be upset about it with that enthusiasm. I didn't have a choice when I left Ireland. It was that or years of unemployment. The recession and the toll it took in the construction industry was out of anyone's control. I don't know what choice she wasn't able to make, whether it was about her being at art school or something else. But the world isn't a fair place. And the sooner she accepts it, the better. Yes, let's never improve the world. That's the world we're living in. Still, with that forlorn look on her face, I can't help but sigh. The girl reminds me far too much of myself when I was younger.
Well, if you're thinking of commissioning your paintings, I'll have to see your work first.
Oh, it's not... I didn't mean it like that. I don't have any paintings.
Really? You sounded a lot like you still did art or want to. Now I'm starting to worry that you might just like the smell of paint.
I'm not a paint huffer, sheesh. I just mean I don't make much anymore. I don't really have the time for it. The tools and materials aren't exactly cheap either.
Everything has a price. It sounds like you're making excuses for something you're presumably passionate about. If you really want to practice art, a little out of your wallet isn't much.
Oh, sure. We all got loads of money to spend.
It's not that simple.
It's not? Life's simple. People just like to make it complex. Speaking off the record, I have some advice for you, kid.
Oh boy, here we go.
Either go for what you want, or stop thinking about it when you have something else. That is unless you enjoy making yourself miserable, then by all means.
You know, if you wanted to look at the floor plans without me bothering you, you could have just said so.
Would you have left me alone?
We'll never know now, will we?
A strained air settles in the room afterwards. It doesn't help that she doesn't immediately leave as she has said, lingering awkwardly by the door with that downcast expression. It's clear there's more she means to say, perhaps even to defend herself and her choices in life. This seems like a pleasant and typical work conversation. Yeah, at least typical. Yeah, and I mean, like, we've already experienced the stuff Isabella has had to deal with in the past. You know, she's from the Philippines, and she's got a family and a bunch of siblings back home, and she sends all the money that she makes back home to help support them because their parents can't work. And she's been living off of instant noodles for probably years now. Marianne doesn't know this, but, just assuming, like, just pull yourself up by your bootstraps, that whole thing, kind of garbage. Or is she expecting me to dish out more of that advice? It's an awkward affair, and I choose to hightail it out of the realty office as quick as I can. Though I am able to keep myself professional at all times does not mean I like it. Being an asshole, always professional. And seeing that most of the day has already gone by before I realize it, I choose to head back to my flat instead. Despite today being a Saturday. No fun, but at least this way I can avoid another unpleasant encounter. Considering how much I'll be seeing whiskey in the near foreseeable future, I have a feeling I'll need all the rest the weekend can give me. For the first time in a long while, excited as I am to work on the mansion, I cannot wait to be over and done with this project. Alright, we're up to October 4th, Monday. Monday couldn't come any sooner. After taking the floor plans from Miss Santos the day before the last, I spend most of my Sunday drawing up plans and calling in my suppliers. Although no design choices have been made yet, I'm quite sure that they'd want high-end appliances, the most expensive materials, and the most pretentious everything. They usually did, these rich types, based, from my experience, at least. Given how badly this whole thing started, it wouldn't hurt to be prepared. I have to check myself, make sure I'm not playing with my gloves as one of the other building tenants takes the elevator up with me. It makes me self-conscious when the woman's eyes go over to me, and I'm sure she was going to point out some perceived flaw in my physical appearance. But I'm saved from being paranoid when they went off a few floors later. Still, the ride up to my floor is nerve-wracking. The Wrights lived at the very top of the penthouse, the creme de la creme when it comes to condominium and urban living. Just getting access to the place is an ordeal of its own. I had to jump so many hoops, so many security checks, just to secure a key card. Not only because of the building management, but because of the Wrights' personal security. It sometimes felt like I'm being interrogated for a crime, and not visiting a client at their home. Even when their personal assistant called me to help out and verify my presence, the process is aggravated rather than hastened. Speaking of the devil... Hey, it's Johans! The elevator door opens and I'm greeted by none other than Whiskey's not-so-little lackey.
I do apologize if I kept Mr. and Mrs. Wright waiting. But I'm here now and I'm ready, so if I may, where are they?
They've just woken up, but they should be down soon. I'm surprised to see you made it through security. And only 5 minutes late.
You said I'd be through security soon, and it took half an hour. Define soon in this context.
I'd make myself comfortable if I were you. I'm going to go and put the kettle on.
About the tea, I don't want to intrude or anything.
The sir does not like being woken up by the whistling. But who am I to deny tea to a guest?
He shows me to the couch before drifting off towards the kitchen, quietly pulling out a teapot, cups, and all sorts of things in preparation for tea. And look at this big-ass couch. I ignore the animosity towards his employer that his words implied. I wouldn't be too surprised if Whiskey's own people don't like him. Oh, hey, Nicola, how's it going? Look at that, you got the little sword up there, so the thing worked. Let's see, I forgot the character's talk in this one and thought Ginger Guy was a new one of your voices and was like, oh my god, new favorite. No. Definitely not. I tried for a couple of days to do a voice with Hana's internal monologue. I was trying to do like a rich, snobby lady, and then I got sick of it, and it was making me really tired while I was doing it, so I've just gone back to normal. I like how it's a sword. If anyone messes up, I'll cut them. Hey, yeah, maybe you'll be able to moderate some of the words that Twitch just auto-bans that doesn't need to be. Accepting the quiet and isolation instead, I brace myself for what's to come. In this case, soon apparently means more than 5 minutes, or even 10. I sit in their living room just waiting. I'll just pop something on the TV. It's a nice big TV there. You got the huge couch. And when the kettle starts whistling and the tea has been served, I continue to wait. At least the silence is relaxing. But then, there's a crash. I nearly spill tea all over my lap in surprise, and I look up expecting security to come running. Even the man at the kitchen counter continues to fix breakfast, like he's heard nothing. I don't want to speak up about it because he looks far too absorbed in his cooking, and I don't want to be the cause of burnt food, or worse. However, there's something in me that just wants to figure out what it was, although I am normally not this nosy. What should I do then? Not partaking in curiosity has kept us alive. I suppose at this point it technically doesn't matter because we do know Marianne is still alive. But I guess that still doesn't, set me up to having to do a ghost QuickTime event and then, failing and having to reload. Which, now that I'm thinking of it, let's start right back at the top, hit the save. But I mean, this isn't our house. Let's just continue waiting. I have no business with it. These rich people usually value their privacy above all else, after all. Unless, of course, they're posting pictures on social media, bragging about what good people they are for allowing themselves to be interviewed for some magazine. Then again, the whole reason I'm in this mess is because I don't give two shits about what goes on with people like them. And I'm not going to get caught up snooping about and being accused of some imagined wrongdoing. I'm not going to be some busybody, detective wannabe and run off to investigate, whatever that was. It's probably just something mundane anyways, like a lamp falling over. Yeah, we all have lamps that just tumble over all willy-nilly. I'm just gonna sit here and wait for Mrs. Wright, with my tea, in complete silence.
Could I at least put the telly on?
I don't really expect him to answer. If he hadn't heard the crash, I doubt he would have heard me.
As long as you don't watch some silly soap opera, the LBC News would be fine. The William Walker show is on too if you prefer that. Not that I watch it, but my husband does. The remote is under the coffee table.
Oh, sure. Maybe I'll be lucky and catch the doc on. I heard they're having reruns of the classics, and I want to see the second meet sixth in Spain. If not, just the news then.
Yeah, must be a Doctor Who, I'm assuming.
Thank you. I'll let you get on with your cooking now.
Did he just ignore the crash a while ago then? Whatever. Fetching the remote, I turned the TV on in hopes of filling the silence. Trying to, anyway, because the thing won't turn on. And doesn't that make the silence more awkward or what? I know I might not be the best with tech, but I'm sure I can work a simple television remote.
The batteries must be dead.
What? Let's see. This says Empla. Or help me. Alright, looks like we got a different ghost lady back there. Well, hello. Is that Swedish? Yes, it is. Should not have turned the TV on. This is that news program that Johan likes very, very much. The Empla news show. There is blood everywhere. Help me, it says in red. I look at my own hands and find them clean, yet I can see my grisly reflection gaping back at me. And though there is nothing staining my skin, I can feel the sticky and warm feeling of blood dripping down my cheeks. I should be worried. So yeah, we're definitely learning that, I guess even if you don't technically look at the chain letter, if it's in your presence, or if you're holding it, she's coming after you. It counts. Empla. Her beautiful blonde hair, her soft lips with skin so fair and swaying hips. I want nothing more than to hold her, plant my lips on her neck, and to run my fingers through her hair. Okay, so she's seeing the her that she was talking about earlier then. Alright. She laughs and she smiles when she looks at me, but where are her eyes? Temptation is gone in an instant, and I recoil, horrified at this reflection I am seeing, only to back into something, or rather, someone. Mrs. Wright stands there, twirling a lock of her blonde hair, a soft smile on her lips, and a hand on her hip. Let's see, is this us talking? Yeah, right now we're playing as Marianne McCullough, the interior designer for the mansion that the Wrights bought. Although we're back in time, each time that we play, like, as a new character, we're back to, like, before, often before, where we started initially with Isabella, and then we're slowly building up to, like, I guess, current time. Is this the blonde we are into? No, we're not. We're not into Mrs. Wright here. Clearly, Marianne had someone, a blonde, that she was into. She might be bisexual. because she also has a thing where she likes to go out to bars and drink and have one-night stands with dudes. But she did have a lot of remembering, quote, her, and it not ending well with, quote, her, because of various whatevers. We don't know anything about her or what really happened, at least yet. Let's see. I almost back away, but I ground and remind myself that this is the client. And whatever I just saw, well, it wouldn't be too far-fetched to say that perhaps I am going a bit daft. It would be preferable, of course, to think it was all a trick of the light, or the makings of an overactive imagination.
Good morning, Mrs. Wright. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Have you been standing there long?
No, I just came down and saw you were having a hard time with the telly. We must have forgotten to change the batteries. Are you alright, dear? You're looking a bit pale. Haven't you had breakfast yet?
No, I'm fine. I had breakfast already, Mrs. Wright. I just need...
Well then, you mustn't have had enough breakfast. I'm all for a good diet, but that's the most important meal of the day.
Hell yeah. And during yesterday's stream, once again, Zachary fed Ash and Isabella a delicious breakfast of a full ham dinner. Now that's a breakfast.
Johans is cooking up pancakes. Pancakes will make anyone feel better, he always says. We can sit down and tuck in. You'll feel right as rain once we get some fluffy, syrupy goodness in you.
Right as rain or left as rain.
And are you sure you're fine, Marianne? You're shaking.
Let's see. Is Zachary the dreadlock dude? And yes, that would be an epic breakfast. Yes. Zachary, we've already caught him up to current events, playing as him. During yesterday's stream. That was when we got to completely terrify a priest who is apparently cool with the young, which nobody likes the sound of that. Hand was not on the trigger of the laugh track that time. No, it was not. Sometimes I do it too much, and other times I'm not even thinking about it. Looking down at my hands, I can see them trembling. Really? Just because she looks as so much like her, I'm becoming a damn train wreck. I've been seeing her in my dreams and hearing her voice ever since I met Mrs. Wright at the mansion. With so many blondes in the world, what was different with her? What was different this time? Let's see. Are we not feeling too well, or did we just remembered something? Oh, look at that. Second day in a row, Nightbot finally chimes in. He's set for about an hour and 2 hours and 48 minutes. Very good, Nightbot. I mean, I guess we're not feeling too well. I'm starting to go mad, I am. But there is work to be done, and the clock isn't going to stop ticking while I go about having a breakdown. I should go to the loo, splash water on my face, and snap out of it. At least until the end of the day, if I can just last that long.
I think I just need to excuse myself for a minute, if that's all right.
She places a hand on my arm, gentle as can be.
What? No. What if you suddenly fall over or faint while you're all alone? You can just sit down right here and I'll go get you a glass of water.
Yes, sit down in front of the ghost television.
Or would you like some beer? That's how you are nowadays, no?
drowning everything in booze.
Ooh. Called out.
No, I don't want anything to drink. Just...
I must have said that forcefully, judging by the look on Mrs. Wright's face. But why does she care? It's not like we're friends. This is business. I'm either well enough to conduct it or not. Is she saying that like it's a bad thing? I guess you weren't here for when, Marianne does tend to go out to the local bar near her condo, which is fine. Have a ton of drinks, which is fine, whatever. And have casual sex with random men, apparently, that you'll never see again, which, that's fine if that's what you want to do and it's all consensual. No problem there. However, a couple days ago, the person that she almost had casual sex with, that we stopped in one of the choices, was this lady's husband, Luke Wright. Let's see. Why would she pretend to be concerned when I am simply a means to an end? Just seeing Mrs. Wright reminds me too much of her. Yeah, awkward for sure. Which still, I wouldn't blame Marianne. She didn't have this job yet. Like, she did have the job, but she didn't meet the Wrights, and she didn't know who they were. So, she didn't know who these people were at that point. But yeah, still very, very awkward. I'd hate to have the job after that, also. And maybe I'm starting to see and hear her again when I shouldn't be. I've tried so hard to leave everything behind, to forget them and move on. But that small touch and her voice in my head have nearly set me off the edge. And in an instant, all of her memories come flooding back in.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to snap at you like that. I just...
Yeah, but still, Mr. Wright is awful. Oh, yeah, he definitely is. I think it was a few streams ago, in the future from now, playing as Hana, we had an option to take a break from our husband or, stick with it. That was after a housewarming party at the mansion in which the chief inspector's wife accused Hana's husband here of fathering her pregnancy, basically. And now, in today's stream, we saw back in the past, he was totally about to bang old Marianne McCullough here. Not a good guy. Not a good guy.
Just give me some breathing room, please. Just, please, give me a moment.
She doesn't respond, and just before the situation gets more complicated, Mr. Wright comes in. Mr. Wright.
Good morning, ladies. What a wonderful morning it is that I wake up to such a beautiful sight. I do hope you two are getting along. I smell pancakes. I do hope you two are considering a diet just so I can have them all to myself.
Don't be a pig, Luke. You eat all of those and you might stop fitting into your tight suits.
What? I'm not a pig. You don't think I'm a pig, do you, Marianne?
With his saucy smile and playful wink, I can't help but think, you are a bit of a pig, Whiskey.
I don't know, Mr. Wright. I'm an interior designer, not a zoologist.
The only stars she must be familiar with are statement of works.
Well, don't be a bore. You two might not be in a rush, but I'm going to go ahead and feast.
If you dawdle too long, he'll hog all the syrup.
Rich people are so eccentric.
Come on then, we can discuss business over food.
There is no denying the clients when they invite me over to the table. Though it is too personal to share a meal in their home, it would be terribly rude to deny their invitation. Besides, the pancakes did look and smell heavenly. Look at these pancakes! And we got like some blueberries and I guess raspberries. We got our syrup here and our whatever the hell this is over here. Oh, maybe it's a little bowl for some... I don't know what the hell that is. How do those pancakes look so good? Yeah. Yeah, this game does like to throw the food up there. They like designing food. Let's see. A bowl of clotted cream, fruits, syrups, and jams. Oh, maybe that's like jam. And other spreads. Or, okay, yeah, I guess this could also be other spreads, nondescript spreads, are laid out next to them, making for a colorful arrangement. If this was a brunch with friends, I would have gladly helped myself to the whole lot. But as it is, I accepted just a few pieces of pancakes and topped it off with a lemon and sugar. Is lemon pancakes a thing? It kinda sounds a little gross to me. I don't know. I've never had lemon pancakes, so who knows?
You know, I was a tiny bit serious when I said I wanted a helipad.
Oh, God. Luke's on about the helipad again.
And you're not serious about the greenhouse, the vineyard, and the stables?
I accepted just like 5 pancakes. Only 5.
Well, I do want those too, but I know you'll agree to those.
We're talking about interiors here, honey. You don't handle exterior designs, and whatever handles those sorts of projects do you, Marianne?
I'm able, actually, and willing to take a project of that nature. I was an architect in Ireland before. Of course, that's another contract entirely. I also suggest we finish the house itself before working on any additions to the rest of the property. There won't be any problems about ownership this time, will there?
Let's see. A lot of Chad energy from this couple. Yeah, like, Luke here is a gigantic asshole, and I hate him very much. Hannah here, playing as her, a couple streams ago, was actually pretty nice. Like, she's definitely like the high-class rich person lady. However, she's got a past. She understands her privilege, which is more than you can say for a lot of rich people, and is actually kind of a good person. Even though she'll, still act as the, whatever rich lady, she's not that bad. And I am also a big fan of when she'll occasionally give her stupid asshole husband some shit.
Pardon if I'm crossing a line, but the acquisition was rather quick.
Oh, don't you worry. We've got everything sorted this time around. I've talked to Miss Cooper and Mr. John from BRC, as well as the old owners. Everything has been paid in full, and all we're waiting for is the paperwork from the land registry. They're letting us move in as soon as we please. It's not like they were living there in the first place.
That's good to hear. The problems that could arise from renovating another person's home would be... well, let's not dwell on it. First off, we'll want to know how you want the place to look. It's pretty furnished as is, but I understand if you want to modernize the whole thing.
Actually, I'd prefer to keep the place looking as it is, but at the same time, I want modern appliances.
Oh boy. Alright, she's already sounding like half the people on those, house spying reality shows. Yeah, I want an old antique house, and I want everything inside to be vintage, but I'm gonna be very angry if I don't have all my modern amenities.
You worked
on the Ludgate's Christchurch summer residence. I do remember there being an oven I thought was a simple drawer before. Make them look vintage, antique, blended with the rest of the decor.
Customize appliances then. I can't find someone for that, and if you can't tell me what you specifically want, it'll hasten up the process. We're talking about electronic appliance manufacturers. If you have a preferred brand to work with.
Splendid! So, what is next on our agenda? All the other interior designers we've hired in the past do not have us this involved.
I stop. What sort of half-baked designer did that? If I knew who they were, I would have words. This isn't the time or place for it, however. Instead, I use this brief pause to pull out the floor plans I brought with me.
We'll have to figure out what you want to do with the rooms. Here, we can have a quick run through.
What is that little room next to the master's bedroom?
Oh, as far as I could tell when I saw it, it's a second bedroom of sorts. Used, apparently, for the ladies in waiting who has served Lady Charlotte Ermengarde, which is strange, as that isn't the norm for these sorts of houses.
Well, we're not stuffing Johans in there. He won't fit. You don't suppose we could turn it into a walk-in closet and a dressing room?
I love fashion, but do we really need to turn an entire room into a walk-in closet, dear? We'll have large closets and a wardrobe in the bedroom already.
Says the one who takes 3/5 of our closet. Well, what do you suggest we do with it?
I thought a utility room of some sort would be nice. A craft room where I can do fun things. Or maybe a children's room might be nice. You know, for when Kylie comes over. Or if Rochelle visits once she's had a baby.
Oh. Kylie? Huh. Alright, that's interesting. Earlier on, when we were playing as Zachary, after we had a pretty bad ghost encounter in our apartment, we ran out and ended up in the park in Luxbourne and met a little girl named Kylie who was talking to us and saying some weird things, and then towards the end she kind of turned into a ghost lady version of the little kid, and then she turned back and it was weird and creepy. Is this the same Kylie?
1, you are not inviting that witch. And 2, there's a whole mansion for Kylie to play in. We don't need a children's room, and you don't even do arts and crafts. I'd like to turn the guest's room and the study into my personal office, by the way, if you don't mind.
You can turn it into a personal office if I can have my utility room. It's just the one room of the many. I'm taking that room for myself, no matter what you say, dearie. So you might as well take this deal. You're always out doing business anyway. The real problem is the theater. Whatever are we going to do with all that space?
Fine, we could turn it into our own personal cinema, I suppose. Might as well have it, if you plan on not having a telly in the parlor.
Yes, well, I don't want guests to be glued to the telly when they come over for a meal and some tea.
Ugh, really? Gotta have the TV on.
By the looks of things, we can keep the rooms as what they are on the ground floor, though. The ballroom would be perfect for parties.
Do we really need a dining hall, though? I don't suppose we can't convert it into a garage.
What for? You can park your cars outside.
What about that room, right there, in the northwest corner?
That's sleeping quarters for the household help?
Oh, that is perfect! Johans will be glad if we have other staff members who stayed in. It'd be convenient so they don't have to make the trip from Luxbourne to the mansion when they're needed.
You'll definitely need a lot more people to maintain a property of this size.
The mansion is really a lot bigger than I thought. Look at all these rooms. I didn't even know there was a music room next to the parlor because of what happened.
There was a grand piano in there too, when we checked during the tour.
Did you hear that, Luke? Maybe you can take up playing the piano again. Oh, you should have seen him when we were younger, Marianne.
It's not like I was very good with the thing.
Oh, hush you. You were no Mozart, but I loved hearing you play nonetheless. He'd come over to my home and he'd play such fun tunes. He'd sing too and I'd dance and it was just...
Mr. Wright playing the piano? I can't imagine it. But the earnest way in which Mrs. Wright said so told otherwise.
Anyway, what do you think of these plans, Marianne?
Let's see, what does one talk about with guests if the TV isn't on? Exactly. Gotta have the TV on. I mean, at least for me, I don't have anything to say to people.
Are we not even going to consider one of my requests? Not even just a closet or just a garage? Now, that isn't fair, is it? You're not the only one who's going to be living here.
I hardly see how that's unfair. I told you you're getting your office and your theatre, the greenhouse, the vineyard, and the stables. That sounds fair, does it not, Marianne?
Well, let's see. Yes, it sounds fair, or we can compromise. I'm just instantly gonna side with Hana because Luke is a douchebag that also tried to sleep with Marianne while being married to Ms. Hana right here. Mrs. Wright has her points, though I really didn't want to butt into the spat of a husband and wife. But with the way the two are looking at me to settle this, I might as well just keep to the facts instead of giving opinion.
Mr. Wright, your plan isn't quite feasible from an architectural perspective. I'm not even sure how much we can do without closer inspection. Well, the one about the garage, at least. A walk-in closet is easy enough, but the garage?
It's also not a garage. It's a car hole.
See, a garage isn't architecturally feasible and it isn't going to be financially sound as well. We're already going to spend a lot on your other requests. You have several acres of land to park on already.
What? Did you calculate that on the fly? Financially sound my foot. You're probably just thinking up of imaginary numbers.
Might I remind you that I was a financial manager? I also looked over and approved the expenses of our other houses. I know the rough cost of these things by now, love. Masters in business administration, major in accounting. Sometimes I think you forget that I'm not as dumb as I act.
That catches my attention more than anything. It sounds more unbelievable than Whiskey playing the piano. She really didn't seem like the type.
Business administration and accounting? What university?
Let me see your credentials.
Luxborn U, of course. Go Lux Dragons. Red and gold.
Excuse me? How about we move on this chit-chat ahead and do whatever else needs to be done sometime today? I had to cancel my appointments for this, you know. We might as well do a proper inspection with the designer this time, just to get it out of the way.
Yes, no time like the present. You want a thorough inspection? Might as well do it now. We actually took another look at the property yesterday, though it was brief. But I'm sure you would want to see it yourself, to spot anything we might have missed.
It's not like I have much of a choice, do I? Riding to the Ermengarde mansion in their rice is an awkward affair. Not only am I worried about scuffing the expensive leather seats, but I'm also worried about getting in the middle of another couple's spat. With the tension thick in the air, I can feel them starting at each other anytime. Nobody is saying anything. Up until Mr. Wright tells his valet to turn off the damn radio. And for a moment, I think he might start. But instead, he just stays quiet. And so do the rest of us. In the end, the sufferable silence stays. I have never been so glad to see a house. Stepping out of the car and end up at the mansion meant the end of an uncomfortable ride, and I can finally take a deep breath of fresh air. The beauty of the place never fails to make me gaze and wonder every time I see it as well. Mrs. Wright moves towards the front door, keys in hand, and I can already hear Mr. Wright plotting. This would be more awkward if they did hook up. Yeah, that was pretty much a guaranteed decision to not hook up for me. I mean, you know, I guess that's not fair. Realistically, maybe Marianne would have hooked up with him, because at that point she didn't know who he was. But still, I couldn't choose to do that. Especially considering that, you know, Hana, I really warmed up to Hana playing through her segment.
Alright, Johans, we're going to go in, but I want you to look around the place. Familiarize yourself with it. Know every nook and cranny, every inch of the lot. Go and see where we can put that vineyard and the other things we talked about. We'll want to know where to station security as well, so go around the perimeter and figure it out.
Scout the property and circle the perimeter on foot. You do know this is 46 acres of land, sir.
Well, you are not driving a car over the grass. Put those long, spidery legs of yours to good use. I didn't hire you to stand around and look intimidating. Go, mush.
Someday, I'd like to ask how Johans can even stand and tolerate the man. Why doesn't he just quit? Certainly the pay can't be that good. Even I'm a bit put off by our mutual employer, and the only thing that keeps me from bailing is the fact that we've already signed a contract. At least, I'll only be working with them during the duration of the project. He works with them every day.
Sometimes I think you hired me to make me suffer for your amusement.
Someday, I'd ask, I feel a bit bad for him. If it's any consolation, he'll be away from Mr. Wright, if only for a little while. Yeah, I mean, I'd probably rather wander the 46 or whatever acres also, just to get away from that asshole. We're able to enter the mansion after a bit of standing out there in the sun. This wretched, strange sunlight that is far too alien and rare. There had been a bit of a problem with the missus not knowing which key was which. The first item on the agenda would be the grand staircase. It seemed sturdy during the open house, but a closer inspection might say otherwise. There are no obvious marks of damage nor wear and tear, probably rethreaded during renovations. Or, as they like to say on those home purchasing or repairing TV shows, renos, which is a word I hate very much. Peeking under the grand carpet, the wood is properly installed with the bark placed down to prevent cupping. The carpet itself could use a vacuum, though. Structural conditions, from what I can see without actually dismantling the thing, look to be in good shape, and the handrails and support posts are firm. The work on it should be commended. I can't look much more into the rest of the foyer, however, because Mr. Wright starts to hurry us into checking the dining hall.
So, what do you think? Certainly we can't turn this area into a garage.
It's Jacobean architecture. I'd say these would be pilasters and not buttresses, but you never really know.
Alrighty, let me hit the save here. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm still going to stream for a little while longer, but I really need to use the old restroom. So I will be back in like a minute or so, and we'll continue on for a little while longer. So enjoy the background the quiet, soft background music. All right, be right back. This background music is sick. That's right. All right, I am back. Ready to go for a little bit more. Got my Coke Zero, which I probably shouldn't be drinking at 1:14 in the morning. But whatever. I need my fuel.
They really liked mixing up these elements. You could say it was pretty avant-garde at the time. We might hit a support beam if we're not careful.
And in layman's terms?
From what I see here, we could risk great damage to the house if we try to turn the dining hall into a garage.
The man didn't look too pleased at this. There's a look of disappointment before he sighs and looks around the place with an air of defeat. When he moves to speak, I dread another unreasonable demand. Again.
This will stay a dining hall then. But if I may have another request instead, at least spruce the place up with some flowers, some plants or something. It feels so old and dead in here.
That's hardly unreasonable. Daffodils are a must, I presume.
The look that passes between the two of them, there is a genuine look of fondness there. This is the first time I've seen such an exchange between the two of them. If anyone are to see them like this, there is little doubt that they loved each other.
Of course. And I want a garden full of them.
Now, if you excuse me, I'd like to look at the rest of the house. I'll just be around here downstairs, if anybody needs me.
That leaves Mrs. Wright and I.
He's quite fond of them, you know.
I can imagine. He looked terribly upset when we told him he can't have his garage.
I meant the daffodils. We always have a vase full of them in every house we own. Somewhere.
Luke Wright is quite fond of garages.
I'd like to think they may be about his mother. He never talks about her. I don't even know her name. He likes to flatter, claim that they remind him of me, but he's always loved the flowers, even before we married.
Much like the piano, I didn't take him for a person who liked flowers. Daffodils, least of all. What's next? Am I going to find out that Mr. Wright saves kittens from burning buildings? Probably not.
I'll go and snoop about upstairs. You go and do whatever it is that you have to do.
When she goes without even asking if I need her here, I'm left standing to stare at the walls. Really, I don't need to do a thorough inspection of the building itself. It isn't really part of an interior designer's job. But the architect in me is committed to doing this task with every project. If I'm going to make a living space that have both form and function, I might as well make sure that the entirety of it is safe for my clients. Well, Marianne, I hope you're also a ghost buster, because this mansion really needs one of those. Since I'm already here, I roam around the dining hall to check things off my punch list. If you will. But when it's time to move on, I hesitate. Mr. Wright said he would be somewhere around here on the ground floor, and I really didn't want to be alone with whiskey. I have to look through the place eventually, for sure, but on the other hand, I can do it later, when he's gone. I can go upstairs first, if I want to. Which floor should I go to? Oh boy. Oh boy. Alright, well, if we check the ground floor, we would meet up with Mr. Wright, I'm assuming. The ground floor will also lead to the kitchen, which has the trapdoor, which is like prime ghost area. If we go up to the first floor, that gets us a little closer to the attic in the west wing, which is also prime ghost area. So, I don't know if either of these are good options. However, maybe we should go to the first floor if that's closer to where Hana is. Give her a little protection, because I still don't care if Luke gets eaten by the ghost lady. Let's see. Well, that was a convenient sound effect to have. That's right. Why not? It was like one of the first ones I one of the first sound effects I found when I got my Stream Deck. So, of course, I had to add it. Didn't know if it would actually get much use, but hey, it just did. Let's check the first floor. I've already seen enough of this floor during the open house. Of course, I know that is just a convenient excuse. I just don't want to be in the same room as whiskey anytime soon. So, I might as well just go upstairs first. The banisters on the grand staircase's landing are solid and at a proper height. Any lower and they would be trouble. There's a small catch on the carpet though, but as long as nobody tries to run down the stairs until it gets fixed, things should be alright. Oh boy, don't invite little Kylie over then. Not yet, at least. And the stained glass? Art. pure art. Restored, no doubt, in the image of the last lady and lord of Ermengarde. Or it was supposed to be until Lady Charlotte's fiancé was brutally murdered by a witch. A witch of all things, from what I've heard. You'd think the historians of this place would be a lot more scrutinizing, filtering out stuff like that. I'm amazed they bothered with it instead of replacing it with some generic cookie-cutter design. Ah, yes, another word I just love from all those like house shows on like the Home and Garden channel. Between Renos and cookie-cutter, all the couples at least have one person that's like, oh man, this house is so cookie cutter, and I'm like, man, I would totally live here. There's like a theater in there. But no, it's cookie cutter. This entire piece alone would have cost roughly 500, even £1 million. Oh, that's a bit of a jump. Lady Charlotte Ermengarde and her beloved. Looking at the mosaic, it's not too far of a stretch of the imagination to believe that the depicted images could be Mr. and Mrs. Wright. It can be easily assumed as such if one doesn't know the history of the mansion. Foreshadowing. Ghost shadowing. Really, a place like this should be protected by the government as a landmark. But what can I do about it? Walking into the East Wing, I try to go into the theater, but is met with an obstacle. Yeah, this game is, as much as I do like it, and I love that there's a Philippine horror game that I get to play. The translation to English is not very good in this. Like, I'm already bad enough at reading out loud like this, and combined with the bad English translation done, oof, this has been an ordeal for me. The obstacle, that is, locked doors. 2 doors, and both of them are locked. See, this is why I feel like a ghost's superpower of being able to magically and telepathically unlocking doors or locking them with just their ghost power or mind or whatever their whim is a completely underrated superpower. Like, like, for example, and, this is in all kinds of horror movies about haunted houses, but like, earlier in the game, when Hana came upon the trapdoor, we had an option to open it or ignore the cries that were coming from it. We ignored the cries because it was, such a trap, and we found out later that it was locked. And then later on, we ended up opening it when it was also locked. But it was unlocked, and guess what? Ghost encounter. And now these doors are just magically locked. It's a underrated superpower. When would I actually use it? I don't know. Keep the boss away from me at work? Lock the boss's door permanently? I'd be frustrated, if I already hadn't snuck off while the Wrights were having their little business meeting with Miss Cooper before to take a peek. With what Mr. Wright wanted, we'd have to install a powerful projector, the type they use in cinemas, and a projection screen. The seats would have to be reupholstered if they're to be any comfortable. If they're to be comfortable, and the walls will have to be covered in dark material, paint wallpaper, or install wall-to-wall carpeting. Really, of all the rooms I could be jealous of, it's this one. I mean, same, I would love a gigantic theater room. You know, as it is in my tiny, tiny apartment, you know, I have the living room, you know, which is nice. You know, you got a nice sized TV, and, you know, got some decent sound going on. But, man, to have, like, a big theater room, that'd be so awesome. Have, like, well, I guess you can't, like, on this, on the left side of this hallway, but looks like there's some space for, like framed movie posters leading to the theater. That'd be pretty sweet. I feel like that desire for that superpower comes from the PTSD you have from years of adventure games where doors are never unlocked. Also that. Also, I guess I could spoil this while I'm talking here. I think I might have a game for when I finally get fiber, which supposedly is supposed to be finally installed and everything next week. But half of me doubts that because, you know, the week to a week and a half has been about a month now. And I'm just assuming it's, you know, going to extend past that because, you know, I've heard nothing but these similar kind of stories for when people get fiber installed. But there is this game that I saw streamed a little bit yesterday from a streamer I like called Madison, which is like a first-person horror game where it looks like you're in like a house or something. So, you know, similar to, you know, like your... Well, I guess more modern than like Resident Evil 1, maybe like RE7 or something, mixed with PT or Layers of Fear or whatever. However, the aspect that really got me intrigued, you know, aside from the spooky, scary things that were happening, is that it's basically like an escape room, an escape house. Like, there's all kinds of locks, you gotta solve puzzles to get through it while scary things are happening. That seems so up my alley. So I think I want to do that first, once I get the fiber and can run something a little more advanced than these adventure games or visual novels on my shitty fucking internet. Let's see. Did they do the underground bit at least? That I have no idea. I've been at work when they would have been doing that, and my roommate works third shift, so they've been sleeping, and I've tried to look out the back, and between the dead grass and everything, and just the normal dirt and disgustingness back there, it's really hard for me to tell if anything's really been dug. I really hope so. That was supposed to be done this week. That sounds like a cool game, definitely up your alley. Yeah, it looked really cool. Like, I watched about like a half hour, 40 minutes of it, and it was doing a good job creeping out the streamer, which is a plus for me. I was making sure to not pay attention to many of the puzzles that were going on. Hopefully it turns out alright. I had fiber when I lived in Austin, Texas, and it was great. Yeah, I am so looking forward to it. Like, I'm currently streaming less than what is apparently possible for Twitch. Like, well, I guess anything's possible. I am streaming with 1 megabit per second upload speed right now. That's what I have for an upload speed. That is the best regular internet that I could get until fiber has been kind of making its way out here. It's awful. Like, I think the recommended minimum for Twitch is like 5 megabits a second. And I'm at 1. Sounds like a good spot to bury a body in that case. That's right. Wouldn't mind doing that with my neighbor. My God. Like, there was a little bit of it today, but yesterday was the worst. I still didn't go about, listening through the VOD for my stream from yesterday, but I could see my mic audio going along with the deafening beat of the deafening music that was being played next door, which was so annoying. It felt like I was streaming in a club. I don't know if it was picked up on the stream, but I could definitely see, like the mic levels picking it up. Late night tea. Let's see. I could just picture myself in there watching old kung fu flicks on a weekend-long marathon. Makes me wonder what kind of movies Mrs. Wright would like. Rom-coms, perhaps? Her husband, on the other hand, I'd rather not think about. Pornography, perhaps? In the middle of my notation and planning, I don't realize that I'm not alone, until I'm caught standing in front of a locked door like a fool.
Were you meaning to go in there? I'm afraid we won't be able to open it up today.
Oh well, I wanted to, but it's fine. I can still survey the rest of the place.
Apologies, but the key was missing when they were handed over. They told us that they'd get right back to us with it.
What? But aren't they supposed to hand over all the keys once property changes hands? That can be grounds to file a complaint.
Yeah, this reminds me of when I played through Phantasmagoria 1 on stream, and we had like these locked doors, and we realized that we didn't have the keys, and we went to the realty guy, and apparently the puzzle to get the key was to be sexually harassed by the realty guy until he gave us the key. Classic 90s adventure game puzzle. Right there.
They were already kind enough to let us move in so early. There's no need to raise a fuss about it. Worst comes to worst, we can call for a locksmith.
The air is heavy and somber when she grows quiet and glances out the window. Out towards the vast expanse that surrounded what would be their house. Their home. Then she looks back at me with a sigh and a bitter smile.
Flowers. Yellow flowers. Daffodils, dandelions, and sunflowers and the sort all up front. Just a whole garden of them. They'll make the house look lovely, won't they?
Of course. A garden is a wonderful addition to any home.
As I say this, her eyes roam over me, scrutinized and thoughtful. I have to hold back the shiver that threatens to run down my spine at being inspected so closely.
Yes, it must be nice.
We're still talking about the gardens, yes?
I mean not having to worry about what another person thinks of you.
What do you mean by that?
She lifts her hand and points to her wedding ring before it falls listlessly to her side.
Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I didn't marry Luke. There'll be no fights about walk-in closets or silly helipads. I could do with this place as my heart desires until there's nothing but content. Then again, I wouldn't have bought this place if it wasn't a gift for him. I probably wouldn't even be in Luxbourne if it wasn't for him. Maybe I would have moved to London, Manchester, or Birmingham. I might have even left the country altogether. France, Germany, Spain, Canada, Sweden, even America. The possibilities would have been endless.
Even America. I'd go anywhere if I wasn't with Luke. Even garbage America. I don't know what to say to that. What is there to say?
I'm sorry, I must sound so petty and ungrateful.
Yes, I'm even desperate enough to go to America. The garbage country that keeps getting worse and worse. I'm so... oh my god. Oh boy.
I do love him. So very much, even if he can be a bit difficult at times.
Oh, just wait for that party. Just wait for that party in a couple days. Spitting facts.
Oh no, not at all. I'm just confused why you're telling me this, of all people.
Because Hana is really good at forcing people to be her friend. I'm sorry, Marianne, you're gonna be good friends with, Hana here.
Just a whim, I think. Just flights of fancy, that's all. Don't you ever think about one decision you've made in your life and wonder how much would change if you chose to do things differently?
If you change that one decision to many decisions, and, the location being while I'm trying to sleep, then yes. America is greater than being saddled with Mr. Right. You know, you are right. You are right. Oh boy. That's how bad Mr. Right is.
I try not to dwell on the past, ma'am.
The key word is try, of course. Thinking of the past brings up too many ghosts. Why are you telling me this? Memories of her. And I do wonder what would change if I just said yes when she asked for me. Oh. Oh, okay, yeah, she made it sound earlier, that she kind of... So, like, it seems like Marianne is a bit... I don't know how... If this phrase isn't good to say anymore, like the whole in the closet thing. But, like, she made it sound like, like she had the feelings and didn't do anything about it. But if this other she was the one who asked, oh man, that's kind of sad. Maybe she'd still be with me. I return to the present, just like I said. I try not to dwell on the past. You try? You've been doing quite a bit of that, Marianne. Let's be friends. Let's be friends with Hana. Hana is lonely. I do know that. And I do know that Hana is actually a pretty decent person. At least internally.
You must have been quite the pair, Mrs. Wright. Hannah Evans and Luke Wright taking Luxborn by storm. At least, that's what I've heard.
That gets a giggle out of her. We're having a good time in the hallway. And can I be blamed if I like the way her eyes crinkled? Or how she sounded when she laughed?
Quite the celebrity couple, according to all the newspapers. But it wasn't always that way. Father certainly didn't approve of him at first.
I think we'll ultimately end up living in this house with Mrs. Wright. Well, there's going to be some competition, because I know Mrs. Wright was coming on to Zachary a little bit. Although, we kind of fucked that up a little bit. Because there was a portion when Zachary did the photos in the dark room that he took during the Luxury Living magazine photo taking and interview, and there was some ghostly things that happened, and we ended up showing her right in front of Marianne here, And boy, was that not a good decision for me to make. I think Hana was none too happy with us. She blamed us for messing up the photography instead of it being a ghostly supernatural thing.
Why, he told me to stay away from him. Told me that I was too good for him. That's the usual overprotective dad speak, though. But of course you know that.
I don't. I was too busy keeping my grades up at boarding school to maintain my scholarship. Never mind the fact that I went to an all-girls boarding school, so father never had any reason to fuss over boys trying to date his little girl.
And what did you tell him? Considering you are Mrs. Wright now, you or the mister must have convinced him otherwise.
Yes, well, I told him I was my own woman and I could decide who was deserving of me or not on my own. Thank you very much. That never stopped him from making sure Luke couldn't get anywhere near me without an escort and a guard anyway. Though he certainly wasn't that overprotective when I was dating Jack.
Maybe your father considered this Jack a more capable man?
I doubt it. Jacqueline was nowhere close to being any sort of a role model when we were in college. She was rebellious, reckless, and immature. Everything I wasn't. But she was quite the charming, stunning woman, and I think that made her quite likable.
That takes me by surprise a lot more by the fact that Mr. Wright's father-in-law didn't like him. That much was to be expected. But this? I have nothing against them because that's their thing, though the nuns and the priests would say otherwise. Although, wasn't she worried about the implications, the rumors that would have arisen about her dating another of the same sex? Especially with someone of her social status?
You look surprised, Marianne. The first thing anybody needs to know about me is that I go after what I want.
Hell yeah, Hana.
And when it comes to who I love, it doesn't matter to me whether they're a man or a woman.
Go for it. It's a nice enough sentiment. Still, the thought that this lovely lady before me had once been with another woman? I can feel my cheeks heat up a bit, and I panic, thinking they might be red enough for Mrs. Wright to notice. I can't tell, though, a coy smile graces her lips.
Legs, we called her, because of how often she was running about because of one thing or another. Climbing up walls and, what do they call it now? Parkour. And also because of her, well, legs.
Parkour will not be featured in this game at all.
And you went after her?
Not right away. When I first met her, I wanted nothing to do with her. She was so improper and uncouth. But I slowly realized that didn't mean she was a bad person. On the contrary, she did many a good thing and was always so nice to others. I found myself confused. I couldn't figure out if I wanted to be her or wanted to be with her. So I approached her, told her that I might have fancied her.
And your father didn't mind?
He must have thought it was my form of rebellion. But he never watched out for Jack as much as he watched out for Luke. If I didn't love my father so much, if he hadn't raised me right, I think I might have told him to bugger off. He's never been more attentive of me than when I started bringing home dates.
I'm sure he loved you very much.
She laughs once more, a glow about her. I know, she says with a small smile.
I suppose I've taken too much of your time with my silly stories. You still have much to inspect?
I still have most of this floor, and I'll want a quick run-through of the ground floor again later.
Well, going upstairs led to probably a much better encounter than if we stayed on the ground floor and had a encounter with Luke.
I shan't keep you from your work any longer then. Just call me if you need anything. I'd like to look around myself.
When she turns to leave, she glances back at me before disappearing into the foyer. I look out the window from where she is standing, and I move on, alone with nothing but my thoughts and her.
Finally, some peace and quiet. Thought the old biddy would never leave.
It's utter madness, this hearing things. I reckon it's the stress, though I don't know what exactly I'm stressed about. If meeting Mrs. Wright has really thrown me for a loop, I'd be worried. If I'm developing some sort of psychosis or disorder, well, I'd call a doctor. But hopefully it isn't that. Not right here, and not right now. I mean, it could just be that personal talking cricket. Oh, the conscience, so to speak. Oh, that talking cricket that we all have inside of ourselves. And I'm only noticing now. Though if it is, it isn't very helpful. Pushing the dilemma of voices in my head aside, I go back to work. But I can barely make it a few steps before everything tilts and shifts. I don't really stumble, but it feels like I'm being thrown off my feet, and the rest of the world just follows. Though my feet stay firmly on the ground, and even if I stay mostly upright, I feel like I've been heaved and put off balance. I have to close my eyes, in the hopes of willing the sudden sense of vertigo away, but when I open them... well, I don't feel any less sick because of the sight that greets me. Blood dripped from the walls, and the ceilings pooling downwards and seeping into the curtains and carpet. A wave of nausea, stronger than the last, hits me along with the overpowering stench of blood and gore. I want to bolt. The rational part of my head is telling me to flee. And I would have gladly done as it asked, if only I didn't hear her.
In here, Marianne. Come on, I have something to show you.
All these women have a very delicate constitution and seem to faint willy-nilly. Yeah, there has been a lot of fainting in this game, for sure. Actually, now that I'm thinking of it, even Zachary may have had some fainting that was kind of shown as falling asleep, but I don't know. That falling asleep was a little sudden. I could have ignored it, would have ignored it, if I only heard it in my head. But I swear that this time, it's coming from one of the rooms. Much further into the study. And I feel compelled to pay attention. I can't just turn around and leave. Not when it's her. I don't even think as I follow the sound of her voice. Okay, yeah, so I'm being reminded of the movie Event Horizon. One of the people, one of the women on that ship in the movie had like a kid back home, you know, on Earth or whatever. Not on the spaceship, but she starts seeing their kid on the spaceship and is like, oh my god, I gotta run after it. And then, you know, one of the sequences, like, she falls and, like, breaks her legs or snaps her legs or something. Like, it looked pretty not good. At the very least, hurt herself pretty well. And it's like, dude, your kid didn't just magic onto the spaceship. What are you thinking? I mean, there's got to be some kind of, like, ghost influence involved with these kind of things, I'm assuming, that, you know, doesn't really come across. Because I would imagine, like, you know, how would her be here in the mansion? Oh, we got the ... Let's see. Event Horizon was a movie that terrified me as a kid and then made me laugh as an adult. Yeah, same. I still love it, but yeah, it's more fun to me now for sure. I mean, one of my favorite lines from that movie was when that guy was like sent out into space, and then he's like working like his spacesuit shit and gets like the rocket power going or whatever, and he just yells, like, "I'm coming back, motherfuckers!" That is just a stupid line that is always running in my head, and one like I'll just like, you know, randomly talk to my cat with. Like, Lorraine. Lovely Amanda Lorraine. Oh boy. Lacerfiona. She was my friend, the only one that I had at St. Sampson's. I was a scholar, the charity case, in a school for privileged and prestigious young girls. They all looked down at me, if they cared to look at me or acknowledge my presence at all. Uh-oh. Oh, Merkleby, you're getting instant blocked by Twitch here. Hold on, let me, allow. Re-enter the living room for the kitchen. I'm coming back, motherfuckers. Exactly. It's so much fun to say. God, I love that movie. It's so stupid and fun. I love it. Where we're going, we won't need eyes to see. All except her.
Oh, stop your crying. You know better than to listen to Maeve. Why, I gotta teach that butterface a lesson.
Wait, no, lass! I don't want you getting into trouble with the sisters again!
Relax. It's not like I'm going to stomp her and her lackey's arses flat like last time.
Come on, let's just go back to our dorm room. I don't want to be on my Tobler while you go get yourself punished.
Okay, I do not know what a toddler is.
You'll be fine. Gip's there with you.
Gip? Lorraine was there when I needed her, though through my lie. Oh my god, let me try the sentence once more. Lorraine was there when I needed her, through my highs and lows. Having her as a friend made being in a strange school, away from my father, all the more tolerable. She saw this poor, helpless girl who was kept down and shunned by everyone else, and being the kind soul that she was, she rescued me. So brave, so beautiful. She was something else.
I'll eat all the chocolates stashed away in your closet if you go.
I can get more. Just don't go complaining to me if you get a tummy ache because of that.
Well, you don't want to get detention on a weekend, do you? It's a Friday. We can go to town and have some karaoke. And we can have a go at Druids and Demons again.
Ah, yes, D&D. Druids and Demons.
You're not going to miss that just because of Maeve, are you?
Sometimes I question what I did to deserve a friend like her. In the darkest corners of my mind, where traitorous thoughts lurked, I thought that she only felt sorry for me. Maybe she was just being a good Samaritan, offering a helping hand. And perhaps I had been too selfish to return the favor.
You have a point. I'll just kick her arse on Monday then.
That's not what I mean!
I know what you mean, Em.
Wait, where are you going? You just told me you wouldn't cause trouble.
I still have something to do. Don't worry, it's not like I'm going to burn down her dorm room or something criminal like that. I'm just going to talk to her. Maybe I'll make it so that her room smells like a dog's air biscuit. That'll make it an excellent weekend. I'll see you in a bit, Marianne. Lots of tobblers.
What is a toddler? I don't know what a toddler is. Because when she told me that she loved me, I couldn't admit that I felt the same way. Not to her, and not even to myself. It was wrong. I was taught that way. Husband and wife, one man and woman. Unclean, impure. I prayed for her and I, for our sins and for our salvation. I wanted to apologize for disregarding her feelings so callously. It must have been like a slap to the face for her. But life had gotten in the way. Exams, which were trivial in hindsight now, took top priority. I had to keep my grades up, to keep my scholarship for my father. I told myself I would apologize to her when those were over, that I needed to focus first, and not let anything distract me. It had been easy when she avoided me like the plague. She was upset, I get that. I'm not familiar with Toddler. That term didn't make it to the colonies. Alright, Nicola, I'm going to have to take that mod sword away from you for not knowing about Topplers. Alright. We got a ... here. So sound is going to go away for a second. Sometimes it doesn't with some games when I minimize it. It should still be up on the screen though. We got the little ... I am going to Google a Toddler. Which just leads me to Toblerone bars. Wait, no, don't auto-correct to Toblerone. Toddler. What is a Toddler? Someone who lived near a ravine or gorge from Middle High German. What? That does not sound right. Let me try this. A surname originating in Germany. That doesn't sound right. Oh, okay. Maybe it is a Toblerone. A chocolate more commonly known as Toblerone. Okay. That seems more accurate. Okay. All right. All right. These girls like Toblerones. I thought I had the time to make things right, but...
At 7 in the morning, students found a 5th year dead.
Oh, boy.
Assumed to have fallen from her dormitory window.
Oh, boy. They told us that it was an accident. That was the official statement. But I knew better. She was dead because of me.
May have had a hook and I kicked the bucket, didn't she?
Okay, I'm gonna save here. I vaguely am remembering this mirror thing.
Ding dong, the witch is dead!
She had, though. She didn't say which, Lorraine.
But at least Maeve had the courage to admit how she felt about me.
I don't even know how long I've been stuck here in a trance. In the mirror, Lorraine smiles at me. She's as beautiful as I remember her. We're at the depressing backstory part. Yeah, everybody's had depressing backstories so far. Like Zachary's backstory, where his parents were murdered when he was a kid because they were, black. Isabella's, well, I mean, I guess her backstory, way back, we didn't get, but, she's sending money back to her parents who can't work and all her siblings. That's pretty sad. I love how wonky their names are spelled. Yeah, like Maeve is spelled all weird. It kind of looks, I'm not sure if it is, but it looks to me like Welsh. Which I only know from reading The Mists of Avalon way back in the day, when everything was spelled all weird, and it kind of looks similar to that to me. like everybody knows Guinevere, and her name in that was spelled weird, like Guinevere or something. Do we ever get a backstory where they have the perfect childhood? Perhaps Lorraine had the perfect childhood. But then, of course, it led to her apparent suicide. Maybe Luke? Maybe Luke had the perfect childhood? He sounds like someone who was spoiled throughout his childhood with riches and gems. But then, I feel bile rise up in my throat as her clean image warps into how she looked when they found her dead, lying on the cold, hard ground. Ah, so she had the similar crazy eyes to our ghost lady. Good Saint Dymphna, great wonder worker in every affliction of mind and body, help me. And like, Niam is Irish. In Irish is... Oh boy, I can't pronounce any of that, Nicole. I do really like the interesting spellings for it, though. Always looked cool. I did really like that, like the Welsh spellings of all like the Arthurian characters in the Mists of Avalon. I thought that was pretty neat. I'm seeing things, hearing things. Am I going completely insane? Looking everywhere but at her, I hope and pray that it's enough to will whatever this is to go away. It doesn't even immediately register in my head that I can just leave.
You, on the other hand, can't even look me in the eye.
This isn't real. You're not... You're dead!
I'm dead. Because of you. And you won't even look at me. Look at me.
My breathing quickens, and I can feel my heart being torn apart by her words.
I'm so sorry, Lorraine.
Look at me!
I can't take it because she's right. It was my fault. The least I can do is look at what I've done. Yeah, first... Lorraine, broken and bleeding, looks at me with such hate-filled eyes. An unnatural smile stretches across her face, and I can only see malice in it. Big circle smile right there. Then she lunges as the mirror ripples around her form and the glass parting like the water's surface for her. Save scum, save scum, save scum. We're probably getting up to a quick time event that I don't know how to do because they have all been different. Alright, let's see. She grips my shoulders and I can feel her nails dig deep, sharp even through the fabric of my clothes.
There you are. You're coming with me.
Oh, no. I got off to a slow start there. Alright, yeah, it makes sense this one would be a game over because we've seen Marianne has survived past this point in other people's perspectives. You hate QuickTime events too? Yep. Alright, let's, there you are!
Why don't you love me?
Oh, crap. Oh, wait. Alright, hold on one second. Display... yeah. I accidentally somehow made it full screen, so let me go back to windowed mode here. Alright. Apologies spill through my lips as tears cloud my vision. But I won't give in to this madness. With every bit of strength I have left, I struggle to get away from her. Fear grips and threatens to choke me. I endure, I escape, and without turning back, I stumble back out. In my panic, I don't even care to look where I'm going. Oh, it's like already night. With one hand on the wall to steady me, I just hobble as fast as I can away from the study. Away from that mirror. Freedom is bittersweet. I'm free from the madness, it seems, as running out into the hallway reveals it to be in pristine condition. But it means I've turned my back on Lorraine again. I have no plans of stopping, not until I know I'm safe. And if that means walking back to Luxborn, as ridiculous as that idea is, then so be it. Someone suddenly grabs hold of me, however. Fingers digging deep into my shoulders, and my heart nearly stops. My body seizes, and I nearly scream.
Marianne, you look awful. I mean, not awful, but... Did something happen? Are you alright?
Mrs. Wright, I...
Without thinking, I sought comfort, seeing that it wasn't her. It's a sudden impulsive thing to do, and had I been in a better condition, I wouldn't even dare of doing such a thing. Getting right in there, Marianne. But I didn't know what else to do. Though I know I shouldn't, her warmth, her scent, they grounded me. She is... intoxicating.
Marianne, what's going on? Oh, you're shaking like a leaf.
Tremors run through my body as soon as my mind realized I am no longer in danger. I wanted to cry, scream about what I have seen, but like a scared child, I couldn't control myself. My mind couldn't reconcile with what I had seen. I should just write it off as a figment of my imagination, yet I can feel her nails cutting into my skin.
Are you sick? Should I call for a doctor?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Wright. Just feeling a little woozy and lightheaded is all.
Let's get you somewhere to sit down then. Come on, don't worry, I have you.
A lie. But a whole lot less complicated than telling her I was attacked by a dead girl. When the feeling of fear eases off, I feel nothing but shame for my actions. I quickly back away as I clear my throat and nod my thanks.
I think I've had enough looking around.
Yeah, we checked out some banisters in the foyer and then the study. What a day. What a day of looking around. A foyer and one room.
If it's all right with you and Mr. Wright, I'll meet you outside.
If you're sure, I'll have the car started. Do you need assistance heading downstairs?
I'm all right, ma'am. Just go on ahead and I'll be right there.
It seems to placate her worries, though only for a brief second. Before she heads down, I don't miss the concerned glance she shoots my way, hidden quickly under another smile. I won't begrudge her for it, that worry. The look on my face must have been a strange enough sight on its own. Even I am still reeling from it, from whatever that was. Like I'm getting haunted, but I'm still working. Yeah, it really is such a slow build to getting people in this game together, believing each other. Like, even with all of the ghostly encounters that Zachary had, he's, I guess, understanding Isabella a little more than he was at the very beginning. You know, when Isabella had her first encounter or two. But still, it's still not there, which I guess, to be fair, is probably realistic. Like, you know, like, if we're thinking real life, it'd be pretty fucked up, and you'd probably think yourself crazy before thinking ghosts, unless, you know, you're into ghosts and already believe that they're, you know, roaming around. Her voice still whispers in my ears. After all these years, she's still... No, Marianne. Shaking my head of the thoughts, I drag in a breath, then follow shortly after Mrs. Wright. Whatever has happened in the past, it's long gone, only memories now. And those are things I can no longer bring back. Yeah, as sad as it is. It's already dark as we make our way out of the mansion. With no lights, we are only illuminated by the headlamps of the Wright's car and the stars up above us. Hell no, once the first person tells me something effed up happened, I'd be like, dude, me too. Yeah. You know, that is actually an aspect I really liked about the movie The Conjuring. You know, it's pretty mixed, you know, between people who love and hate that movie, and I'm someone who tends to love it, actually, but mostly for the aspect of how understanding and into it everybody is. Like, you know, you got a little bit, like, at the beginning where weird things are happening, and, you know, people are either keeping it to themselves or like, oh, what's going on? But after one of my favorite scenes where shit's hitting the fan and Ron Livingston comes back home and is like, would somebody tell me what the hell's going on here? I love that line. It's so good. But like after that, and then they're bringing in like the ghost hunters and the medium lady and all that, like, and like it becomes like this, we're like a group together in this haunted house. Like, I love that group aspect where you have like the safety in numbers, and shit's, you know, happening. Like, I love that group aspect of that movie where everybody's just in it together and shit's happening and people are believing. Like, I think that's probably the best part of that movie for me. Let's see. With no lights, we are only illuminated by the headlamps of the Wright's car and the stars above us. The sight of them helps me compose myself much more than several minutes of being alone did. The car's engine is running, yet the two still stand out on the lawn. Mrs. Wright is busy, eyes up to the stars. And Mr. Wright, arms crossed, has his eyes down on the ground. It is the crunch of the grass under my heels that brings their attention to me.
About time. What took you so long? A minute longer and I'd think the house swallowed you all up.
Oh, hush, dear. I'm sure she has her reasons. Marianne doesn't seem the sort to idle.
Sorry, I was just checking on something important.
See, business is business and they take time, love. You should know that better than anyone. So, Marianne, what do you think? Are you the woman for the job? I know we already signed papers hiring you, but I want to be 100% sure that you are committed.
I glanced back towards the mansion, knowing what I had seen there. Or rather, who I thought I saw there, because there is just no way. Not to mention how I acted towards Mrs. Wright, for goodness sake. I should feel the slightest bit hesitant. I was lucky. I've seen enough films to know what happens when a promiscuous woman enters a haunted house. This is my chance to turn it down, make excuses, say that I'm not up to the task, that I need to take care of my old, sick father. Just pay the fine, which is probably outrageous for a contract like this, and let it go. I should turn it down. I love how her name is Marianne, but Mrs. Wright calls us the other Marianne. Yeah. Yeah, it's like Hannah would constantly call Isabella Isabel earlier on in the game. He's not very good at getting the names completely right. But for some obstinate reason, I can't. In the same manner, I haven't let go of her, of the regret that has shadowed me since that day. Much as I hate to admit it, even to myself, seeing her again, the mischievous glint in her eyes, the loose tendrils of her hair curled around her forehead. It's something I've terribly missed, and now that it's here, almost within arm's reach, My father would tell me, sometimes you just simply have to go through with it. Consequences be damned. And well, I really don't have any logical reason to say no. At least, not something a client like the Wrights would want to hear from a professional designer.
It's certainly an interesting project. You can be sure I'm seeing it through the end.
I should turn it down. You son of a bitch, I'm in. Exactly. Oh boy. I have a feeling Marianne isn't long for the world, though. I feel like she's probably gonna fall for the ghost's tricks.
Such dedication! Oh, I do love the determination.
You were always determined like that, weren't you?
Hearing her voice once again sends a chill running down my back. I can't wait for this day to be over. From the mansion and through Anslem, I rode with them in silence, but as soon as we hit city proper, I asked to be dropped off and bid them good night. I thought it'd be best if I didn't stay too long in confined spaces with either Mrs. or Mr. Wright. Both seemed to cause me serious trouble, and if the project had been less interesting or grand, I would have dropped it without a second thought. Would have. Shouldn't have. Won't. I assure them that my place isn't that far off, and I have to fight the urge to roll my eyes and groan when whiskey throws me a little smirk. But even in my own home, peace is elusive, as is sleep. I lie awake thinking what I saw in that mansion. Of who I saw. If I so much as hear a single whisper from her. If I so much as see a wisp of her hair. I'm afraid I'll go mad. But none of that happens. And it makes me feel hollow. For 2 nights, I've had trouble sleeping. But it's only one morning, when fatigue has already let me rest, that I'm reminded of what terrifies me so. Alright, October 26th, Wednesday. Alright, we got a new day. This seems like a good time to save and end the stream for the night. Next time we'll still continue on with Marianne, at least for a little bit. And then we're getting up there in the dates, so we'll probably pick up as someone else. Maybe Ash. Maybe we'll finally get some internal things from Ash. And maybe he won't seem like such an ash-hole. But yeah, we've made some progress. We've at least learned the names about of the people who owned Ermengarde Mansion, and there was a murder, I guess. And we've had a few more ghostly encounters. The ghostly encounters have definitely been picking up compared to the beginning of the game. Which is good. Always like that. It is a slow burn for sure, but, you know, visual novel, of course, it's going to be slow and long and drawn out. Haha, I'm looking forward to us being Ashhole. Yeah. It should be interesting. It should be interesting for sure. But yeah, I think that's where we'll end it for tonight. Good 4 hour and 24 minute session. Not bad. Not bad. Even though it seems like we don't make much progress in these long gaming sessions, but we're getting through it. I do think this game is like, I think it's like in the 20s for how long to beat. So, you know, visual novel, not quite as long as that one I still really want to play that I've heard really good things about, the House of Fata Morgana or whatever. I think that's like in the 40s for how long to beat. But I'm still intrigued by that one being like possibly like an old school gothic horror kind of thing. One day. But yes, that is going to be it for tonight. Thanks everybody for popping in and hanging out. Always a good time. Love it. Love doing the stream thing. Good stream tonight. Sad I didn't get to block anyone, but maybe tomorrow. Yeah, I'm sure after we got our first troll invasion that one time, I'm sure more will eventually pop in. And you'll be ready. You got the sword icon. You're ready to go, Nicola. But yeah, thanks everybody for popping in, and anybody who might be watching the VOD in the future. I should be back tomorrow evening for some more of the letter, so until then, have a good night, day, afternoon, or whatever it is where you're at. I'll see you soon.